Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to convene the March 19th meeting of the Human Services Committee, and then we are going to go into recess. We'll see you shortly. Thank you.
Did we go to caucus?
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to reconvene the Human Services Committee meeting and turn it over to my good chair, Senator Lesser, for any opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We expect this is the last committee meeting that we expect to have for the Human Services Committee, although that may be aspirational at this point. We'll ask us in a few hours. But really excited to get through the bills before us, and I want to thank all the members of the committee and the committee staff for their tireless work to make Connecticut a better place. So we've had a very productive year. Obviously, this is just the midway point, but we are, I think we've got a very good and bipartisan committee, and what we see before us are bills from all four caucuses, and I think that shows that we're really serious about working with each other and listening to different points of view.
Thank you very much. Senator Seminara.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your patience for waiting for us. I'm going to let Representative Case speak at this point, but we were a little disappointed in how this meeting was brought out. So sorry for the delay.
Representative Case.
Thank you, Representative Gilchrist and Madam Chair. I just wanted to preface, sorry, we went into caucus and we had a really good public hearings and hearing everything that went out. But when you receive language at 2:36 yesterday for today's meeting, and we're still getting S language now, we got S language up until 1:40 today. That's why we were meeting. We have 43 bills on an agenda. We better get ready for dinner and maybe breakfast, because there's a lot of conversations that need to happen, because we just got this language. And we talked about this last week. We were hoping to get stuff over the weekend and we didn't. I just want to be fair. We have a lot of bills that implicate a lot of things in this state. And to have my staff going through this on one day was difficult. And that's why I apologize for the caucus. But if we don't do things right and make the right votes, if we don't look through everything and see how things are written, we're not doing it justice for the state of Connecticut. I apologize, but we have to take our time and look at these things and the time constraints that we had. We still have 3 possible meetings left to do, but we have, and I agree, they want to get done today, but we want to make sure that we're doing the right thing. And there are a lot of open-ended questions in some of these bills, but thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate your patience in working with myself and handling things that we had to deal with, but I thank you very much.
Thank you. Always a pleasure. All right, we're going to move on to item number 3, bills for review. Number 1, Senate Bill number 314, an act concerning emergency Medicaid coverage for the treatment of emergency medical conditions. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
All right, moved by Senator Lesser and seconded by Representative Dathan. This legislation would expand emergency Medicaid coverage consistent with federal law for treatment of specified emergency medical conditions and update the administrative system. The S language, this is a JFS to the floor. The S language before you changes the date to July 2025 for DSS to implement the administrative system. Are there any questions or discussion? Representative Case.
So through you, Madam Chair, with this particular bill here, these certain emergency medical conditions, if somebody did not have insurance, aren't they still eligible to apply? Weren't they eligible to apply before this emergency might have happened? Or are these people who can't apply for insurance? Through you.
Senator Lesser.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the honorable ranking member. This bill seeks to codify current practice, which is if somebody goes into the hospital and isn't insured, they are eligible to get emergency Medicaid under certain circumstances. Right now, that is not fleshed out in statute, and we're attempting to do that, but we're looking to codify current practice.
Representative Case.
So through you, what would the answer is, why aren't they insured? I mean, we offer insurance to almost everybody in this state. And if they are uninsured, that's what some of the accounts for the hospitals have to write that off and pay it down. Through you, my question is, if people don't apply, is that falling on us through you?
Senator Lesser.
Through you, under federal law, there is a provision for hospitals to enroll patients and receive emergency Medicaid if they are uninsured for any reason. Otherwise, that cost, you're correct, through you, Madam Chair, to the representative, the cost does get borne by the hospital, but the federal government, through its wisdom, has seen fit to allow emergency Medicaid for emergent situations, and that's what this bill seeks to codify.
So through you, don't we have a fund within the hospitals or with insurance that pays down non-insured people that enter the hospitals through you?
Senator Lesser.
If a person is not eligible for emergency Medicaid, I believe that's the case. This bill would be for people who are eligible for emergency Medicaid, but that would be the case regardless of whether or not this bill passes.
Representative Case.
So this is just for, so if somebody who was pretty well off, but didn't have insurance and went into the hospital, they would still get tacked on their personal income. But this is for people who are eligible for Medicare, Medicaid. They don't have insurance, but they meet the requirements for Medicare, Medicaid. They get covered under this, but the person who can afford it will lose it off the regular assets. Is that correct?
Senator Lesser.
I believe so. Through you.
Representative Case.
So we harm those who can't afford it, and all right, I can't support this today.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for a point of clarification, sometimes people wouldn't be eligible for Medicaid until they become injured, and then they go to the hospital and they accumulate a bill, and over that period of time, because of the injury, there's a look back period when there's an application for Medicaid of about 3 months. So if they incur a bill, they didn't have, maybe they were working and they were over income for the insurance plan through the Medicaid program. What they can do is they can now apply, and the hospital will help them apply, because now they have a medical debt and they're incurring medical costs because of their injuries or whatever the reason was, maybe a heart attack, maybe cancer they didn't know about, whatever, could be that sort of thing. They have this injury. And now here we are with person that it wouldn't be, if it was a Medicare beneficiary, it would be paid. The Medicare program pays for ambulance services. So it would really be somebody who's low income and would actually be eligible for Medicaid, but because of the illness or the injury. And so that happens to people, unfortunately, in those circumstances. And the look back period is approximately 3 months through the Medicaid program. And that's how it works. Just to add some clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Senator Seminara, followed by Representative Dathan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a few questions to try to clarify this further. So, would a person need to spend down assets prior to this emergency Medicaid kicking in through you?
Senator Lesser.
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't believe the answer is yes, because sort of by definition, emergency Medicaid covers emergent situations. So you wouldn't be able to do that, but there is an eligibility criteria.
Senator Seminara.
So then okay, what are the qualifications to be eligible for this emergency Medicaid, sorry, through you?
Senator Lesser.
I believe, and we could ask this question of OLR if for clarity, but I believe it's the same income thresholds as applies to the standard Medicaid program. Through you.
Senator Seminara, would you like to ask OLR?
Yes, please. That was my next question.
Okay.
What were the income limits for this, or are there any income limits for it?
Would we be able?
I'll try to answer this question. I'm from LCO. So under federal law, emergency care at a hospital has to be offered to anybody, as Senator Lesser said, whether or not they're insured, whether or not they could even be eligible for Medicaid. So this bill, as some other states have done, I think including Pennsylvania, expands the types of emergencies that could be covered under emergency Medicaid, including some in outpatient settings. So anybody who shows up at an emergency room at a hospital has to be given care. So it's not a question of spending down.
Thank you very much. Senator Seminara?
Okay, but if they're walking into an emergency room and they're eligible for care, no matter what, why do we have to create this special circumstance through you?
Senator Lesser?
Well, through you, Madam Chair, first of all, we're not creating this. This is a requirement in federal law. What it does is it allows hospitals with patients to bill Medicaid when eligible for that emergent care. When you have somebody who's otherwise uninsured, but who's eligible for the Medicaid program. That's a way to bring in federal reimbursement to cover some of the costs.
Senator Seminara?
So I want to understand correctly. So the only difference between this and a regular Medicaid program is the person would be eligible for Medicaid under normal circumstances, but they didn't apply. Is that the way I should understand this through you?
Senator Lesser?
There are folks who my understanding is that there's some folks who may be eligible for emergency Medicaid in emergency situations who might not normally be eligible. That determination is made by DSS in accordance with federal law. And I believe that determination is made on a case-by-case basis.
Again, what are the circumstances that would qualify somebody for this type of Medicaid versus straightforward, typical Medicaid?
Senator Lesser?
So the difference, so what we are doing in this bill to bring it is to, so right now the emergency Medicaid program currently exists and has for a number of years. What we're trying to do here is to simply codify the program and to clarify that consistent with federal law, that it would cover the following high-risk conditions: high-risk pregnancy, type 1 diabetes in people younger than 21, diabetic emergencies, including diabetic ketoacidosis, renal failure requiring ongoing dialysis, a skull, arm, neck, leg, spine, or pelvis fracture occurring in the 2 months period prior to a request for emergency Medicaid coverage, hypertensive emergencies in people with symptoms of end organ damage, systolic blood pressure of at least 180, or diastolic blood pressure of at least 120, unstable seizure disorder, active treatment for cancer, ventilator dependency, labor and delivery, acute inpatient psychiatric hospitalization.
Senator Seminara?
Okay, well, some of these seem to be somewhat, would indicate that there's some chronicity to the problems, meaning that some people have a chronic issue. And now we're saying you have a chronic issue, you're being treated for it, but if for whatever reason you have an emergency and you go to the emergency room, it will be covered. Is that how I'm to understand this?
So during the public hearing, we heard from someone who shared the story of their father who had heart conditions, but also had diabetes. And because the diabetes medication wasn't considered emergency Medicaid under the emergency Medicaid coverage umbrella, he was unable to get that diabetes medication. So I don't think it's necessarily connected to showing up in the emergency room. It's what would fall under this category in some instances. Senator Seminara?
Okay. Thank you for the clarity.
Yes, Representative Master Francesca.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry,
No.
Representative Dathan, followed by Representative Master Francesca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, is emergency Medicaid coverage eligible for federal reimbursement through you, Madam Chair?
Senator Lesser?
Through yes.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, our uncompensated hospital charges that are a result of not reimbursement, are those reimbursable through the federal government through you?
Senator Lesser?
Through you, Madam Chair? No.
So it sounds like to me, this is a way for hospitals to be able to recover some of the cost for uninsured recipients who are eligible for Medicaid. So therefore, it's actually helping our hospitals or other care centers that are helping with these emergency situations where they otherwise might not be cared for, or through incurring medical debt, which could be very astronomically horrible for families. So I appreciate the answer of questions, and this sounds like a good bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Master Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to follow up on Senator Seminara's question. She had asked LCO about the income limits on Medicaid for the program, and I didn't hear an answer on that. Do we know, through you, do we know what the income limit is?
Marie?
So Medicaid has specific income limits, but not everybody is eligible for Medicaid. So you have to be a citizen to be eligible for Medicaid, for one thing. So any non-citizen, other than certain legally permanent residents, wouldn't be eligible for Medicaid. But there are income guidelines for Medicaid for those who are eligible.
Okay, thank you. I was looking for a figure. Like, I know you need to be eligible, but I wanted to know what the figure dollar amount is. Do we have that information through you, Madam Chair?
We can look into that. OLR is looking into that now. I mean, it's expressed as a percentage of the regional TANF standard right now in statute, but do you have that?
So through you, Madam Chair, so is the income limit on this particular bill different than what our Medicaid income limits are? I mean, that's all we deal with in this committee is Medicaid, right? We should know off the top of our head what the income limit is. And I was just curious that maybe this amount is different through you?
So there are various types of Medicaid, and that's why the income limits are different, and it's also different based on family size. That said, it does appear that Marie has an answer.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, Sarah, my colleague, has an answer. I am just articulating it. So the income limit for Medicaid for a household of one is 19,392. That's for, and say family of four, 39,900. But as Rep. Gilchrist said, there are different categories of Medicaid. There's Husky A. Husky B is the children's health insurance program. That's a higher limit. Different categories.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but that's kind of all we deal with in this committee is Medicaid. I think we almost need a laminated sheet to tell us what the income limits are on all of these. We deal so much with it. So when someone applies for Medicaid, is this what we consider a supplemental Medicaid? Kind of like with Medicare, right? You have your Medicare and then you have a supplement to cover it. In this particular case, is it a supplement that they would have to apply for separately when they're applying for Husky through you?
No, this would just go into effect in cases of emergency.
So I guess that's where I'm kind of lost. So they're not covered only in an emergency. They're not covered under their regular plan.
This would be for individuals who present and don't have insurance.
Correct. Okay. So everyone has the opportunity to apply for a Husky, I'm assuming, right? That if they fall within the guidelines, if you're income eligible, you fall within the guidelines. So somebody who is already on Husky right now, this program would not qualify them at all. Is that correct?
Correct, because they would present and they'd already have Medicaid.
They'd have it recovered. So this is more of a, it almost reminds me of a couple bills that we had here. I don't even know if it's a good analogy, but You don't have medical insurance, but you wait until something tragic happens or some emergency happens, and then you apply for your medical insurance to cover it. In this particular case, almost the same thing, but you're just not paying for it. The state of Connecticut, it's coming out of Medicare, out of Medicaid. So they're just not paying for it. Same scenario. It's just a difference of who is footing the bill. So in this particular case, if I understand it correctly, I thought on the federal level, so we're trying to be in line with on the federal level. On the federal level, they do cover undocumented. Is that correct? Do we know?
No, wouldn't be emergency. Oh. Senator Lesser.
Yeah, so under federal law, there's a requirement that emergency rooms treat people regardless of their immigration status. And on a case-by-case basis, they may be eligible under existing law for emergency Medicaid coverage.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you for that answer. So another question is the reason why I was asking you for the limits, the income limits on that was a person of 19,392. Let's say that was the amount of this program. If their income was $20,000, they would not qualify. Is that correct?
Can you
For
repeat
this-
the question?
So if the income limit is, let's say for a household of one person, 19,392, and I don't know if that's exact for this program, but I'm giving an example. They would qualify for this emergency coverage if they did not apply. Someone who is making $20,000, maybe they're making $700 a year more, would not qualify. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that person who, and this is where I always have I struggle with these type of bills. I almost kind of call me, you're picking winners and losers. You're putting certain people into a certain bucket. I mean, just think about somebody, they're only making $700 a year more. It's not a lot. And they don't qualify. Then you have, and so they got to kind of foot the bill. Then we have people that work. They still could be struggling because maybe they have other bills and they also have to foot their own bill. And this is the part of that I struggle with. Did you want to clarify that for me through you?
Yeah, what's currently happening is the hospital would be covering that because still that person you're talking about who falls just above that income limit isn't going to be able to afford the bill. And so we're seeing that play out in uncompensated debt.
Okay. Thank you for that. But these people do have an opportunity to apply for Medicaid or Husky because they just haven't taken the responsibility to obviously apply for it. And of course, every time there's an emergency, I think a lot of us do that. It's like, oh, I should have done this. And now, maybe many things happen in our lifetime that we say we should have, could have, would have, done that. So I understand that. Do we know what the percent match is for on the federal level to state? Like, what is the appropriations? Do we have any idea what this would cost on the state level through you?
Senator Lesser.
So in response through you, Madam Chair, in response to the gentlelady's first question, the exact match depends on the specific program because the matches, as folks recognize on this committee, range from 50% to 90%, depending on the type of Medicaid and the type of service being discussed. However, the overall purpose of the bill is to codify current practice at DSS. This is something that DSS has been doing for years, but there wasn't really a statute around it. And so we're seeking to codify the statute and the process. And so to that extent, to the extent that this is just codifying what's currently taking place, that would not have a fiscal note.
Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Prior to this language being drafted, was there a study done on this to see how many people are actually going into the emergency room or emergency services that are not covered with Medicaid? Do we know that? Was there a study done through you?
I don't believe there was a study done. I'm sure there is data floating around, but I don't have that on hand.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it. I have no further questions.
Great, thank you. Representative Dathan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I'm just going to bring my prop out. DSS has on their website all of the Husky programs and all of the eligibilities from families of one up to families of six. They update it once a year. It's released on their website March 1st for that fiscal year. So you'd be able to go to the DSS website and be able to look at these. There's also a description of each of the programs. So I hope that is useful to determine if you would be eligible or not through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Representative Case.
Just real quick, it was mentioned, and it states here in the 211 that immigration status is not a factor of emergency Medicaid eligibility. Any person regarding their legal immigration status can be eligible for emergency Medicaid if they meet the asset limit. So we're talking about asset limits. So is there asset limits in this or not? Because the federal government says the emergency Medicaid, they have to meet, he or she has to meet the income and asset limits. And that's under 211.
I don't believe we have asset limits. I would look back to,
But the Fed's paying for it, so we'd have to go by their guidelines.
they might be putting that in, that language might be included because some states might, but when it comes to Husky A, we don't.
That's 211 of Connecticut.
Yeah. I don't think that's totally correct. My understanding is no asset limit for Husky A. So,
So we might want to follow up with 211 to update the.
Well, it's on 211's website, so it's clear as day on there.
Any other questions or comments, Representative?
No, the first bill, I think we can vote on the first bill, 315.
All right, seeing no other questions or comments, would the clerk please call the roll?
Senator Lesser, Representative Gilchrist,
Yes.
Senator Seminara,
No?
Representative Case.
No,
Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan,
Yes.
Senator Marr, Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey,
Yes.
Representative Cook, Representative Fortier,
Representative Fortier votes yes.
Representative Heffernan,
Representative Heffernan votes yes.
Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kitt,
Representative Kitt votes yes.
Representative Leeper, Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby,
Representative Buckby votes no.
Representative Ferraro,
Ferraro, no.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
Master Francesco votes no.
Representative Pizzuto,
Pizzuto, no.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will be holding the votes open as the meeting progresses. We will let folks know what time that will be, but just want to let people know that. All right. Moving on to number 2, House Bill 5241, an act establishing a bureau coordinating services for the deaf, hard of hearing, or deafblind persons. This is a JFS to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Representative
second.
Dathan.
All right, moved by Representative Dathan, seconded by Representative Case. The S language before you is based on feedback we received at the public hearing. And so it gives the Bureau Director oversight of his existing ADS services for the deaf, except federally funded rehabilitation staff. It directs the director to work with agencies to establish a contact persons regarding concerns for the community, and adds 8 members to the advisory boards, as well as expanding their duties. Representative Case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is a good thing. And I think we talked about this in the bill that was brought forward. We're looking to do something more for this population. And this here puts an executive director. It requires a roundtable to report out January 15th of 2025. These people need us now. That's my concern. I will vote for this to get out of committee. Hopefully you can work something to get this population something now, because we are seeing a lot of deficiencies within this program that need to be taken place and need to be cleaned up. So I hope we can do some more and work this forward. We have, 16 days of session, so maybe we'll have some time there to look at it.
Great. Thank you, Representative Case. Any other? Yes, Senator Lesser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly support the bill, and I want to thank the members of the deafblind, and hard of hearing community who came and testified in support and shared their stories. This has a lot of good things about the bill. The one thing I would hope we could find some support to do in addition, moving forward, is really focus as well on direct services within the state to provide the resources that this community really needs. So I think we can do that in conjunction with the bill, but within available appropriations. So I'm hoping we can do that going forward, but I think this bill is a good starting point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is a rare occasion, but I am going to agree with Senator Lesser on this. So I too think that I am hopeful that we are going to do something for direct care for these people. It's been years that they have been looked over, and I'm hoping that we will appropriate some money towards doing some direct service and not, I know that they're very encouraged by having the bureau, and I'm happy we're able to do that, but I'm hoping we can assist them further. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. Any further conversation or questions? All right, seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
House Bill 5241, an act establishing a bureau coordinating services for deaf, hard of hearing, deaf, hard of hearing, or deaf-blind persons. Action is JFS to the floor, LCO 3198. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser, aye.
Representative Gilchrist.
Yes.
Senator Seminara.
Yes.
Representative Case.
Yes.
Senator Gaston. Representative Dayton.
Yes.
Senator Marr. Representative Butler.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey.
Yes.
Representative Cook. Representative Fortier.
Yes.
Representative Heffernan.
Yes.
Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson. Representative Kit.
Yes.
Representative Leeper. Representative Santiago.
Santiago, yes.
Representative Buckby. Representative Buckby.
He votes yes.
Here. Representative Ferraro. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Yes.
Representative Pizzuto.
Yes.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And as was mentioned, we will hold the votes open, and as we move forward, we will give a time. All right, moving on to number 3 on the agenda, Senate Bill 306, an act providing for the phased out elimination of asset limits in the Husky C program. This is a JF to appropriate. Do I have a motion? And so moved by Representative Dathan, seconded by Representative Johnson. This is, as it says in the title, we are looking to phase out the asset limits, which are far below the rest of our programs in the state. But it is, there is a cost associated. And so we're looking to do this over an amount of time. Any conversation or questions? Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we just talk a little bit about, I would love to get some clarity on the phase out in terms of the financial piece. So in year 2025, what is the phase out amount? And then as it goes forward, I believe it goes to 2029. Is that correct? Do we have any numbers on that, please?
Representative Dathan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And if you can just bear with me for 1 second. This is, because there is a large fiscal note with this, we're still assessing what we can do within our budget guidelines. But this does have a phase out, and apologies, I thought I had the notes right here. Yeah, actually, I'm going to have OFA confirmed the notes that are in the current OLR. Excuse me.
So the bill itself in lines 6 through 9 states that for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025, the asset limit shall be increased from $1,600 for a single person to $10,000 for married persons, from $2,400 to $15,000, And then each fiscal year after that, the asset limit continues to increase.
I guess I'm asking, what is the cost or the estimated cost for the state? Through you?
And just to clarify, in phase one,
I,
yeah, we had this discussion. I don't know if I have, but it was over 70 million. And so we're looking to potentially phase out the phase out.
I recognize that we haven't raised these limits in a long time, or we haven't given, we haven't increased this in quite a while. So I fully support increasing this. I do not support this or any other bill that is going to phase out any asset limits whatsoever. I do not believe that we should be having unlimited assets and unlimited income and allowing people to stay on state services. I just don't believe it. I don't think it's something that we should practice, and I don't think it's good policy. So I will be a no on this, but I'm fully supportive in raising the asset limits, but I am not going for this to be unlimited. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Dathan, followed by Representative Case.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And just wanted to clarify, within the current biennium period, the phase out would go from asset limit of 600 for a single person up to 10,000, and for a married couple, 2,400 to 15,000. These are still not in line with the rest of our country. We have not changed these asset limits since I was a toddler. And it is quite shocking that, you know, we have to let our disabled seniors not be able to save or have to spend down, unnecessarily wasting money to ensure that they remain in the asset level. We haven't touched within this bill any sort of income associated and income limits. Those are also set at 97% of FPL, which is very, very low. This is a work in progress. I believe that we can do a lot for our disabled seniors to ensure that they're not wasting money every month and spending down, to ensure that they only have a certain amount of money in their accounts, because many of these folks cannot save for a car accident, a car repair or any other sort of issue. I mean, for me, every time I take my car in to get it repaired, it seems to cost much north of $500. And I really feel for our disabled seniors who wouldn't be able to save for that sort of issues. So again, it is a work in progress. It is something that we're looking at as a 5-year phase out. And I hope we can keep this discussion carrying on, because it is important to help our disabled seniors. Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I agree. I mean, our limits are way low for what has gone on with this economy, and where things are. We're seeing, minimum wage up to what, 15.69. We're seeing a bunch of other wages going up, and the limits haven't gone up. I agree the limits need to go up. And I could agree with that going across, but as said, if going to 2029, it would be a cost to the state of about $70 million. Put inflation in that, you're over $100 million. We can't even find $100 million to give the nonprofits in the state of Connecticut. We can't even find money for the nonprofits who take care of our IDD population to give them money. We need to have some constraints and some type of asset limits in order to move forward. We are so tight on this budget we are in right now that we were seeing things in here in this agenda that we'll talk about later that are being cut from bills that were last year because we don't have the money. I don't care if we're talking $10,000, $50,000, or $100,000. We're cutting things that we passed last year. And now we're going to go ahead and do something to completely eliminate and cost the state of Connecticut over $100 million. That's not even our legislator. That's the future legislature. Why don't we take a better swipe at this and just say, let's increase on the CPI. And let's make it fair for everybody. There's going to be a lot of people, even in this room, when they see this budget that's coming out, are not going to be happy. There are things that are cut that we haven't even begun the programs, but we're looking to cut more and add more to the budget. I just think we're on a slippery slope. We have to take a look at the assets. The assets were put in place. Now, we are reimbursed for Husky C from the feds. Is that correct through you?
Can you repeat the question?
We are reimbursed from the federal government for Husky C. Is that correct?
Correct.
Does the federal government allow this to have no assets through you?
Yes.
They do.
Yes.
Will the federal government help us cover that $100 million that we're going to come up against in the state of Connecticut?
We would get a percentage back from the federal, we would get a match from the federal government
Of the money that we're going to lose?
of the money we spend.
So even though we decrease or we increase the asset levels and then we get rid of the asset levels, we're still going to be at a loss of, let's say, $50 million. And more people will be on the program. So we're probably even talking more. I didn't think of that because if you don't have asset levels, there's more people that are going to be eligible for the program. So I guess we got to be very careful moving forward. We talk about, we have these fiscal guardrails. Fiscal guardrails has helped us. They've made our bond rating better. But we don't have that spare money lingering around. And if we take a look and we're going to look at a future legislature, I don't care if it's 50 million or 100 million, if there's a reimbursement of 50%, it's coming out of somebody's pocket somewhere. And like I said, we are pinching pennies in this exact budget that we're in. And human services is one of the most expensive thing within the state's budget. And we need to take care of the people. We need to spread this money around. We start eliminating things so that more people can get on. We have to take a very careful look at that. We are not doing anything good for our nonprofits, our IDD, you're going to see in here, our nutrition program for the elderly. Those are huge numbers. We don't have it. I know it's good to pass these things out, move it to appropriations, let appropriations kill it. I'm not giving false hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I would just remind folks that we are the policymaking committee. We are the Human Services Committee. And so we are making policy recommendations. And as it says, we are sending this potentially to the Appropriations Committee. And so we're making our recommendations on what should be considered and potentially included. I do understand the budget situation in the state, but we want to give a clear picture as to what the needs are as well.
And Madam Chair, I thank you. I do understand that, but it's, I just want to state the point, but thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Senate Bill 306, an act providing for the phased out elimination of asset limits in the Husky C program, JF to approach. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser, yes.
Representative Gilchrist.
Yes.
Senator Seminara.
No.
Representative Case.
No.
Senator Gaston. Representative Dathan.
Yes.
Senator Marr.
Yes.
Representative Butler.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey.
Yes.
Representative Cook.
Yes.
Representative Fortier.
Yes.
Representative Heffernan.
Yes.
Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Kit.
Yes.
Representative Leeper. Representative Santiago.
Santiago, yes.
Representative Buckby.
No.
Representative Ferraro. Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative Pizzuto.
No.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As was mentioned, we will hold the votes opened. Moving on to number 4 on the agenda, House Bill 5364, an act preserving assets of state humane institution residents. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Seconded.
Moved by Senator Lesser, seconded by Representative Hughes. This proposal continues our work to repeal welfare liens here in the state. This would prohibit DAS from recovering charges from the estate of a deceased person for the aid, care, or treatment of the person in a state humane institution. Any questions or comments? Representative Case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So explain to me, so assets, if there's a deceased person, I believe in the state, your home is eliminated from that asset when you pass. Is that correct?
I don't believe so, because in hearing this bill, we heard that folks have in the past had their homes taken.
But what's the homestead exemption? Does that cover?
Representative Fortier.
I believe that would be for a spouse who owns the house jointly with the person. It is then exempt in a probate estate.
Correct.
Meaning,
okay, yes. So,
but not if you were a single person and you maybe perhaps had been married, your spouse had passed away, you own that house yourself, and you want to pass it on to a child or a nephew or whoever, it would, my understanding would, it would not be exempt currently. But
Representative Johnson also has feedback for you. Would you like that?
Sure. The
Anything helps.
exemption goes to the child if the child keeps the parent out of the nursing home. Living in the house, correct. You have to be living in the house, keeping the parent out of the nursing home for 2 years or more. And that way, we've had situations where the child did keep the parent out of the nursing home. And when there was a determination showing that the child had left the job, had only done everything for the parent, and then I had no place to live, there was a real problem in terms of, homelessness or even suicide. So we have situations where now we are able to, if the child has kept the parent out of the nursing home and for 2 years or more, then it really saves the state a huge amount of money and the child needs a place to live. So that is when the exemption also kicks in. So for the spouses was just said, but also for a child that actually keeps the parent out of a nursing home.
so thank you. And thank you, Representative Johnson. So to clarify, there are caveats to this bill also, or is that just the homestead exemption? So does this bill require somebody to be in the house, or is this bill is this bill carte blanche that there's no assets that are going to be paid back if owed to the state? Through you, Madam Chair.
It is my understanding that no assets would be paid back. There's two circumstances, though, if the recovery of such charges are required under federal law or the billing rate has been established as a result of fraud committed by the patient or liable person.
Okay. I know there'd be a couple more questions. I just have to say, this is the problem with getting stuff yesterday. We didn't have time to go through the whole thing and make sure that we didn't see something that we should have.
Let me just add that the federal government Boren-Long Amendment in the early 1980s was where the exemptions were made. So if you take a look at that, you can find that information under the Boren-Long Amendment in the early 80s.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. I'll end it at that. I'll let somebody else ask some questions, but thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. And this bill, there is no S language. So it is the underlying bill that we heard in the public hearing. Representative Master Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I guess I'm trying to understand it correctly. And maybe Representative Johnson probably has my answers. You seem to be the expert on this. So when you were talking with Representative Case on that, the child needs to be living in the home. If the child was not living in the home, what would they qualify? Would they qualify?
Representative Johnson.
So that's an excellent question. And that would be something that would be left up to the State Department of Social Services to make sure that that the property was, liened and properly addressed. The child may have utilized that is just something that's really would end up in a court transaction or in a situation where you'd have a hearing and you could show that you somehow kept the parent in the home with your money. But that you could lien the home, you could have an agreement where you could lien the home yourself and say, this is what it cost me to keep my parent out of the nursing home. And then you would have a dispute between you and the department. Does that help?
Thank you. Yeah, yeah, a little bit. Yeah, thank you. So through you, Madam Chair, does someone need to be a resident of the nursing home for a specific period of time with this particular bill?
Representative Johnson?
So again, so you've kept the parent out for 2 years, you're in the home, the parent has to go to the nursing home for whatever period of time. There may be, if they were talking about a senior citizen or somebody who's on disability, could get at least Medicare coverage for up to 100 days, which would mitigate the actual cost of the Medicaid program. So they would be first eligible for Medicare, and then after the Medicare was exhausted, there might be Medicaid that would kick in after that. But that would kind of be how it would work. So so when you look at the period of time, you look at what the overall condition of the patient is, and what that overall condition of the patient would be, whether they require a need observation and assessment on a daily basis by a nurse, or at least 5 times a week physical therapy, that kind of stuff. So that would be what would actually get the Medicare to provide the coverage. And if they required that through that period of time, or if they got strong enough to go to a rehab hospital and then back to the nursing home, there might be a period of time there too, where you'd get coverage in the rehab hospital and then go back into the nursing home and then finish up the Medicare coverage. So there are a number of possibilities in terms of that analysis.
Representative Master Francesco?
Thank you. I guess that's kind of where I struggle with it, right? It's very broad. So if you wouldn't mind, if I could just give you a scenario. I live in my mom's home or my parents' home. I have one parent still living. That parent now has to go into a convalescent home or a nursing home. Medicaid or Medicare would cover so many days. Let's just say it's 90 days. I don't know if that's the exact amount, but let me just use 90 days for a figure. Medicare would cover that. My mom needs to now stay in the nursing home maybe for another month. She's not ready to come home yet. She's paying for that herself out of pocket. Medicare is no longer covering it. I own a home. Maybe my home is worth, I don't know, $1 million, $500,000. Obviously, the real estate market today is very high. And maybe I have to stay in a nursing home for another 2 months and I pass. So now I owe the nursing home $25,000, let's say $30,000. It's probably, I don't know what the nursing home charges now, but it's probably $12,000, $15,000 a month. Do I get relief from that because of this bill? I do no longer need to owe the nursing home. I do not have to sell off any of my assets to pay the nursing home that money that I owe them. Am I reading that correctly through you, Madam Chair?
Representative Johnson?
So we're talking about two different things. We're talking about the Boren-Long Amendment that gives you the exemption. So that's federal law. So we want to make sure that we look at the federal law in terms of when you are exempt. So that is required in all the state plan amendments that we have. All the state plan amendments require that we follow the federal law, which would give you the exemption under the. So if you had your parent, you were there, the parent stayed out of the nursing home for 2 years because you were there. That person required and received nursing home level of care or in an institutional level of care, and you did that, then the exemption would apply under federal law.
I also just want to jump in and remind folks that we're talking about state humane institutions. So this is just for whiting and state asylums. So this
Okay, so this is not for nursing homes.
No.
Got it. Okay. But the same scenario would apply, whether you're in a nursing home or in humane institutions, right? It's the same scenario. You own a home, so that child would, or whoever the siblings are, or whoever's left there would own assets to that. I guess maybe I'm just not understanding it. I just want to know when is the person responsible to pay that debt? We're saying that they own a home, they have assets. maybe the home's worth $500,000. At some point, they have to owe the institution some sort of money. Whether that, how much money that is, I don't know, but they have to pay them something. What this bill is telling us is that I do not have to sell off any of my assets to pay the balance due to that institution. And I guess that's the simplest way I can keep it. Is that right?
There's, yes, I mean, that's essentially it, yeah.
Okay, that's essentially it.
Essentially it, but there's a lot of variables in here that, intersect with federal law, intersect with, what you've done as a child. But all these things are intersections that would have to be reviewed by the Department of Social Services to make sure that they were in compliance with federal law.
I understand. And I thank you for the clarification on that and through you, Madam Chair. So at the end of the day, I could have a home that's worth $750,000. I could have a home worth 500. I could have a home worth maybe only a few $100,000, but I have this home and I have other assets along with that. And may I only owe the institution maybe $50,000, but yet I'm holding on to this home that's worth $750,000. At the end of the day, I do not have to pay that bill. My home would be exempt from using that to pay it in. And that's, I guess, what I'm trying to understand in simple terms. That's correct.
Correct. So under this policy, dependents and spouses would not have to pay for someone's stay at a humane institution upon the patient's death.
Correct. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I guess it's very sad. We don't want to see anyone in an institution, but I guess when does the burden come off of that person and onto somebody else, a taxpayer? Right? Because the government is not funding. They're not paying. Are they matching? Is this any type of a match or anything on this for you? Or is it the total relief of that funding coming through the state?
This is just a $300,000 revenue loss. And so it is all to the state.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering my questions. I know it's a little confusing, but I'm just trying to understand it in simple terms so the people can understand it. And I know we get these bills last minute. We're trying to read them and understand it, but I understand what's going on now. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. I would just state again that this one is the bill we heard at the public hearing. So any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
House Bill 5364, an act preserving assets of state humane institution residents. Action is JF to the floor. Senator Lesser, Representative Gilchrist, Senator Savanara,
Yes.
Representative Case.
Yes.
Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan.
Yes.
Senator Marr,
Yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey, Representative Cook, Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan,
Yes.
Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kett,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby,
Yes.
Representative Ferraro, Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Pizzuto,
Yes.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And as a reminder, we are keeping votes open. We are going to jump around a little on the agenda. So we're moving to number 7, Senate Bill 205, an act eliminating income and asset limits in the MedConnect program for employees with disabilities. This is a JFS to appropriate. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Senator Lesser, seconded by Representative Hughes. Any discussion? Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, I'm going to take issue with this bill. We tried to pass this bill last year. I recognize that people are paying into their health insurance with this, but once again, I don't like the message that we are sending that you can have unlimited assets, unlimited income, and still get assistance. I also think that we're sending a very poor message to those people with disabilities who are out in the workforce working. I've spent my entire adult life trying to encourage my daughter who is disabled to go out and work and support herself. And I think by putting this bill forward, we are sending a message to those with disabilities that you can be dependent upon the government instead of yourself. And that is not a message that I want to send to my daughter or anyone else with a disability. We should be helping those with a disability, supporting those with a disability, encouraging them to support themselves, and enabling them to do that. And this does not do that. This sets people back. I brought this up last year and I will bring it up every year because I find this bill offensive. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Lesser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, let me just say that I have the utmost respect for the distinguished ranking member and her lived experiences and what she and her family have gone through. And I trust what the validity of the experiences that she just talked about. But in terms of what this bill does, I would just want to clarify that participants in the MedConnect program are not receiving state assistance. They are working people with disabilities. They are working in the economy, and they are paying with their own money for the Medicaid services that they receive. This is not an entitlement. They are paying a premium, and they get a service in exchange for that premium. And that premium depends on their ability to pay, but it is about encouraging people with disabilities, when appropriate, to go into the workforce. What we've heard before, what our colleagues have talked about for years, is that that due to the cliffs that we have, benefit cliffs we have in the state service, we have people who are disincentivized, who are prevented from working because they are afraid of losing health coverage. And this bill is designed to ensure that people don't face that threat, that they are able to work as much as they are able to, as much as they want to, that they have that we are doing something about that benefit cliff. The real barrier here has been fiscal. And I just want to say that we are in the S language addressing that fiscal problem by phasing it in over 5 years. I want to thank the Department of Social Services for working thoughtfully to try to figure out what would be involved in making this program more available to folks. And that's what we're seeking to do with the S language, which is, because it's not an entitlement, because people are paying a premium, is quite minimal.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions or comments? Senator Seminar.
Yes, I just thank you for indulging me yet again. Again, I'm all for increasing asset limits. I'm all for increasing income limits. I recognize that we have to allow people to have assets and income in order to purchase a home, a car, or whatever that they're looking to do. And I recognize that our limits are archaic and we should increase them. I'm all for that. But there are instances in which this would, I'm just going to give you an example of a disabled person inheriting a great deal of money. We would still allow them to have this. Many times people are disabled and they become disabled as a result of an accident, and they win a legal case and they're awarded a lot of money. We would allow them to have unlimited assets and unlimited income. This is something that I really cannot support in any way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I need to understand more. And so if you are somebody that's disabled, and I guess one of the examples, you inherit or you gain dollars, what's to say somebody just doesn't leave their job and go for a different job, but we can't check their income or their asset, so we don't know what they're actually making? So anybody can jump onto the program through you?
Senator Lesser.
So first of all, if somebody, the requirement of the program is that you be employed. So if you're not employed and you are fraudulently trying to access the program, then there are remedies for that. But what the bill seeks to do in the first few years is to just raise the threshold. And then I think after 5 years, it would be eliminated. But a person would, if somebody had a large settlement or they had a rich uncle who passed away and gave them a fortune, they would pay for the cost of the service. So that would not be borne by the taxpayers of Connecticut. That would be paid in premium dollars based on the cost of the service.
Representative Case,
How would we know that if we don't have an asset or an income limit?
Senator Lesser,
Apologies. How would we know what?
Representative Case,
How would we know if and how much if they inherited? If there's no asset or income limit, do we get their bank accounts?
Senator Lesser,
Well, there wouldn't be an income limit that you wouldn't be denied the ability to participate in the program. The actual premium is means tested. So I believe that's what the federal requirement says, is that there's a means tested requirement.
Representative Case,
Okay, so I mean, it's basically to get rid of the asset and the income limit, and in our hearing, DSS opposes this. So it was just said that it was worked on with DSS and they're in agreement to it, but they oppose it in their testimony. I just, once again, I don't see how we get rid of these limits, and I don't see how, if somebody inherits, wins something, wins the lottery, they can still maintain this without having to provide that to the state. There's no safety guardrails on that, so that we know if they have a very large bank account, which I really don't care, to be honest with you, but that's why there's asset limits and income limits involved. So I'll leave it at that.
thank you, Representative. Senator Lesser,
I want to just clarify for the record, if I said anything earlier that caused members to think that DSS had testified in support, that's my apologies. DSS does not testify in support of anything that is not explicitly covered in the governor's budget. This was not covered in the governor's budget. But what DSS did do is work with a committee, and they were able to get us a firm estimate on the cost of expanding coverage as outlined in the bill. And that help was what I was thanking them for before, but I do not mean to suggest that DSS testified in support of this bill, nor do they testify, unfortunately, in support of too many of the bills that we're hearing before today for the exact same reason. Thank you.
thank you, Senator Lesser. Representative Case,
Through you, so in the S language, what is the exact cost?
Senator Lesser,
Thank you. The full cost after the biennium, once it's fully phased in, would be $7.4 million state share.
Representative Case,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
thank you. Any other? Yes, Representative Cook,
Thank you. So we have a dollar amount. Do we know how many people this would affect?
Senator Lesser,
Through you, I do not know that answer.
Representative Cook,
Is there a way that we can find that answer out? Maybe not before we vote on it, but I think before anything happens after whatever happens today, we're going to need those answers.
we might have an answer. Senator Lesser,
Great question through you to the honorable representative. We do have that answer. It's 3,689 people paid for coverage through the program.
thank you, Senator Lesser. Representative Cook, okay. Further questions or conversation? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Senate Bill 205, an act eliminating income and asset limits in the MedConnect program for employees with disabilities. Motion. Proposed action is JFS 2 approps with LCO 3126. Senator Lesser. Representative Gilchrist. Senator Seminara. Representative Case.
No.
Senator Gaston. Representative Dathan.
Yes.
Senator Marr.
Yes.
Representative Butler.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey. Representative Cook.
Yes.
Representative Fortier.
Yes.
Representative Heffernan.
Yes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Kett.
Yes.
Representative Leeper. Representative Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby.
No.
Representative Ferraro. Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative Pizzuto.
No.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will continue to hold votes open. Moving to number 8 on the agenda, House Bill 5368, an act concerning Medicaid coverage of diapers. This is a JFS to approach.
Second.
All right, moved by Senator Lesser, seconded by Representative Hughes. Any questions or, the S language you have before you is a response to what we heard at the public hearing and what was in the testimony from the Department of Social Services. And so we have under medically necessary, we have made diaper dermatitis to be severe or persistent. Any questions or comments? Representative Case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I had the pleasure of being on a task force with you this year on diapers, and I appreciate getting educated. Question to you. So if we covered this, was there concerns that the diaper bank might lose dollars, or is this whittled down so much now that it is just severe cases of diaper? See, I have a 5-year-old that never had that, so thank you. Can you explain that a little more for me?
Yes, I think this is a confusion when we're discussing this bill. So these are really, so the Diaper Bank of Connecticut, there's such great diaper need in the state that the Diaper Bank of Connecticut will continue to have work to do. This would be limited to children who present in a medical setting where the diaper need is based on a medical necessity. And so this would help a population of children, but the diaper bank would still be addressing diaper need in the state of Connecticut.
So since it's whittled down to a severe case, do we have any anticipated numbers or anticipated costs that this would be? Because obviously, so if someone was to go, and it's a 2-part question, sorry, if someone was to go to a doctor and they'd have to get a prescription, obviously, where would they get the diapers? That was a loaded question.
So when we heard the bill in the public hearing, we hadn't yet had this S language. And so the fiscal note from the Department of Social Services was fairly large. And so we have now put in this limiting language, and it is our hope to get it out of committee so we can see what the potential fiscal note will be. I cannot tell you what that would be at this point. And then your second question?
I forgot. Uh-oh, Rep. Hughes knows it.
No, he was asking how would it be paid for? And again, because this is Medicaid reimbursable, it's sort of like, think about adults in the nursing home already have Medicaid covering their diapers. These are medically fragile babies coming home from NICU, whatever, that are Medicaid eligible. And so they would get it, I guess at a pharmacy or wherever they're getting prescriptions and things like that, because it's part of their Medicaid coverage. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Representative Hughes.
So this would not be one of those emergency medical coverages. You would have to be on Medicare, Medicaid in order to be able to get this.
Correct. It's separate from that bill we were discussing earlier.
So you would get a prescription and you'd go to the local pharmacy or somewhere where and it would have to be at a pharmacy because they're the ones who take Medicare, Medicaid. You couldn't go to a Walmart or wherever and pick up diapers.
Correct. It's an expansion of a policy that's already on the books for diapers for children over the age of 3 who need them for medically necessary purposes, or disabled individuals in the state who may need.
And I appreciate you're spelling that out, because when we started the working group, I mean, it was a big broad. And, now given everything that's going on, it's whittled down to something a little bit different. So I appreciate it. And once again, thank you for having me on your working group and understanding a little bit more.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question. So once somebody is deemed eligible for this, let's say they're born in the hospital, there's some sort of issue, they're deemed necessary for this service, they get the prescription for diapers, and should their dermatitis, I don't know the exact dermatitis, is that correct? Okay. Should the dermatitis clear up, are they no longer, but the individual is still in diapers? I know it's not, but I'm asking a question specifically around dermatitis. Because that is a curable condition. So I'm just wondering if their dermatitis alleviates, do we continue to buy diapers or allow them to continue to be in this program? And who would be monitoring that?
So no, this provision is specific to medically necessary, and we define it to mean a determination made by a specified medical professional that the provision of diapers to the child is medically necessary to prevent or improve certain health conditions. And then we spell out the, again, now severe persistent diaper dermatitis, urinary tract infection, or other disease of the skin related to inadequate diaper hygiene. We also include a condition, including but not limited to a developmental, psychiatric, or neurological condition that results in an unusual need to void or delayed developmentally appropriate toileting behavior.
Again, my question is, who's monitoring this? So so the next time, how long is the prescription for? And then is the doctor has to renew the prescription in order for it to continue, or?
So that also would be worked out. The other piece of this legislation is that DSS would have to amend our Medicaid state plan. And so within that state plan, they would specify the logistics of what you're speaking to. But this isn't intended to allow a carte blanche, access to diapers for the rest of that individual's being an infant toddler.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, Representative Cook.
So to go a little bit further on the good senator's questions. So the doctor writes the prescription. It goes to the pharmacist. The pharmacist then does what the insurance company says. They either fill it or they don't, right? Because we have this whole insurance can deny, correct or not?
This is specific to Medicaid. And
Okay.
so we would be saying that Medicaid has to cover it.
All right, so then if they do, and to the question about who's monitoring that, do they have to go back to the doctor every so many weeks as a checkup before they find out, for that follow through? Or is it 1 month and then you go back a month? Or is this strictly doctor's orders, follow doctors? And what's to prevent the doctor from saying, I'm not, you could keep them for whenever?
So as it's written, it would be the doctor would have to determine the medical necessity, and then DSS in amending the state plan would put more of those specifics on how that's going to be monitored.
All right, so this is just a starting point, and DSS is going to have to write some more details in there to find out who's, okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I'm wonderful as well. Thanks for the acknowledgement. I just have a quick question on it. Is this, in reading through this, some of these are just conditions that can happen, and some, as it describes poor hygiene. Is there anything that has been considered within this where that becomes a report to DCF or to someone along that line? Because this is, I mean, if a poor hygiene is an issue, that's a poor parenting issue, is it not? So wouldn't that be a red flag to highlight that? Has that been considered for this bill?
That's already required of medical professionals. They are mandated reporters. So if they have that concern, they would make that report.
So that would be built into this regardless, that if it's a go, then they still would have to report that regardless.
Correct. This doesn't change what's currently in place.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
House Bill 5368, an act concerning Medicaid coverage of diapers, proposed action JFS 2 approves with LCO 3162. Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser, aye.
Representative Gilchrist, Senator Seminara, Representative Case,
Yes.
Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan,
Yes.
Senator Marr,
Yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey, Representative Cook. Representative Cook. Thank you. Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kit,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby,
Yes.
Representative Ferraro, Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Pizzuto,
No.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, again, we are holding the votes open. Moving on to number 9, Senate Bill 317, an act expanding the covered Connecticut program. This is a JFS to approach. Do I have a
So moved.
motion?
Second.
Moved by Representative Hughes, seconded by Senator Lesser. Senator Lesser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Due to an oversight, the bill that we heard in committee did not include the language that we had in last year's bill that would expand coverage between 175 and 200% of FPL. This now in the S language seeks to do that. And happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions or comments? Representative Case.
Thank you. So when we read through this and we go through the S language, otherwise people with income levels of 200 to 300, is that correct?
Senator Lesser.
Yes, it's the balance of the bill seeks to, charges DSS with designing a lower tier program for reduced to increasing affordability for people between 200 and 300% of FPL.
Representative Case.
So this one is JFS to approach. And what is the annual anticipated cost on this one through you?
Senator Lesser.
Through you, I don't think we quite know that yet. We did have a bill out last year, but as enrollment in the Covered Connecticut program grows, we're getting a better base load level to find out. And certainly through the appropriations process, we'll be getting a preliminary fiscal note.
Thank you. Representative Case.
So having a little time to do a little research and looking at it in our, after we got S language, the anticipated cost for the first year is 4 million and out to 37 million. Is that correct? Does anybody recognize those numbers through you?
Senator Lesser.
Is that, I apologize. Can I ask that through you, Madam Chair, is that from DSS's testimony?
Representative Case.
Hang on, let me just try to find it here. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
How does this, I guess the better question is, how does this compare or rate to last year's bill?
Senator Lesser.
Through you, I think a bill is substantially similar to last year's bill. And just in terms of trying to give clarity on the fiscal note, there are a lot of assumptions about enrollment trends, and that's why it's important. We've been getting better data through the Covered Connecticut program as it's maturing and getting a better sense as well what the cost will be once fully annualized, because when you start up a new program, there's a lag for enrollments. So initially cost is less, and then it gets higher as more people sign up for the program.
Okay, so through you, it was last year's bill that was 4 million first year, 37 million the second year. And I'm sure that due to inflation, things are going to be much higher these next 2 years. Would you agree with that through you? I just asked if you would agree with that.
Senator Lesser.
I'm not going to comment on a fiscal note other than I think it's an ongoing question, but are things generally more expensive this year than they were last year? Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Once again, I know we're the policy. We talked about this last year. We know what it's going to cost. I hate to have this fall onto somebody else, and I can't support it with those type of numbers, but thank you for, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Case. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Senate Bill 317, an act expanding the covered Connecticut program, proposed action JFS to approves, LCO 3160. Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser, aye.
Representative Gilchrist, Senator Seminara, Representative Case,
No.
Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan,
Yes.
Senator Marr,
Yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey, Representative Cook,
Yes.
Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kit,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby,
No.
Representative Ferraro, Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Pizzuto,
No.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will hold the votes open. Moving on to item number 10, House Bill 5240, an act concerning Medicaid coverage for infertility treatment. This is a JF to approps. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Moved by Representative Hughes, seconded by Senator Lesser. Any questions or conversation? Yes, Representative Paletta.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. Do we have any data on what number we would be looking at in terms of those seeking this in the state of Connecticut?
The Department of Social Services gave an estimate. We have been in conversations with the Office of Fiscal Analysis. And so there are some percentages being thrown about, but I don't have that information for you right now.
Okay, and we don't know what the cost would be incurred due to this. I'm assuming, correct, since we don't have the numbers.
We don't have an exact amount.
My friend has a answer.
Representative Hughes.
What we do know is out of the 120,000 paid family medical leave folks, I think there are like 60 that fall into this category that requested leave in under the, that would be in this. So we have that data point that would be in this category of expanded infertility treatment for those folks. I mean, that's 60 people out of 120,000. So, I mean, that's not a great data point, but it's a data point.
Thank you. Representative Paletta.
Thank you. And so to the good representative, so the dollar amount, I'm sorry, because you don't have a dollar amount. Okay. Great.
If voted out of committee, though, we would be getting a fiscal analysis. Any other questions or comments? All right. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So infertility treatment, is this coverage for people that have infertility? The word infertility, they've gone through the process to try to get pregnant on their own. They've been through all of that, and now they need to have infertility treatment paid for through here.
Yes, all this does is add Medicaid coverage for the infertility requirement we have for private insurance currently in the state.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes. So this policy before you is Medicaid coverage for the infertility policy we already require of private insurance in the state. Okay. Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
House Bill 5240, an act concerning Medicaid coverage for infertility treatment, proposed action JF to approps. Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser, aye.
Representative Gilchrist,
Yes.
Senator Seminara,
No.
Representative Case,
No.
Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan, Senator Marr,
Yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey, Representative Cook, Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Kit.
Yes.
Representative Leeper. Representative Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby.
No.
Representative Ferraro. Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative Pizzuto.
No.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, holding votes open. Moving on to number 11, Senate Bill 312, an act concerning a janitorial work program for persons with a disability and persons with a disadvantage. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion? Is there a second? Moved by Senator Lesser and seconded by Representative Dathan. Senator Lesser.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we did hear some, I thought, particularly compelling testimony about this bill and some problems with the janitorial work program. They were not within the scope of the legislation that we're considering today. However, I did, our sense from hearing the testimony is that it's probably a good idea for the committee to work with stakeholders to examine the janitorial work program and see if it can work better. But rather than hold up this good bill today, we are suggesting that that could happen perhaps as a task force in the off session, so we can make sure that we are thoughtfully engaging all the stakeholders to protect the program and do it in a way that is thoughtful and makes sense. So with that, would ask that we move the bill forward as is, as a straight JF, and allow conversations to continue.
Thank you, Senator Lesser. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Senate Bill 312, an act concerning a janitorial work program for persons with a disability and persons with a disadvantage. Proposed action JF to the floor. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser, aye.
Representative Gilchrist.
Yes.
Senator Seminara.
Yes.
Representative Case.
Absolutely, yes.
Senator Gaston. Representative Dathan. Senator Marr.
Yes.
Representative Butler. Representative Comey. Representative Cook.
Yes.
Representative Fortier.
Yes.
Representative Heffernan. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Kit.
Yes.
Representative Leeper. Representative Santiago.
Santiago, yes.
Representative Buckby.
Yes.
Representative Ferraro. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Yes.
Representative Pizzuto.
Yes.
Representative Paletta. Representative Butler.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to number 12, House Bill 5053, an act concerning the governor's budget recommendations for health and human services. This is a JFS to approps. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Senator Lesser, seconded by Senator Marr. Sorry. Okay. Any discussion or questions? Representative Case.
This one will be fun. Hang on. There's so many notes here from today.
Representative Case, I question your judgment if you think this is fun.
Just get your sleeping bag ready, okay? So let's cut to the chase. Let's talk about, I guess, 219, lines 219, 220 through 229. Can somebody, explain what is happening with that section through you? It's the chief workforce, situation from 5001.
I believe we. Well, give me 1 second to get the S language, please.
It's on line, or page 8. In the S language. What'd you say? Too many bills? I'm sorry, 239 to, I'm looking at my notes right here, 239 to 251. I'm reading. Yep, the chief workforce officer shall submit a report on the plan according with the provisions of section 11(4)(a), the general state statutes. Are we losing that program out of 5,001?
No, so the goal of the proposal is to change the language of the existing statute to be workable, given the lack of a fiscal note and agency capacity. And so the report will summarize a design of the program rather than the implementation of the Human Services Career Pipeline program itself. It also permits the identifying the funding necessary to stand up such a program, and the report due date is January 25.
So to clarify, and I know Representative Dathan had a few conversations with me, and I apologize, I didn't understand a little bit, but are we undoing that workforce part within 5,001 for the IDD population, and now it's being looked at and studied, given fiscal constraints through you?
Representative Dathan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And what we're doing here is we are working through the RFP process for this human services pipeline. And the Office of Workforce Strategy is still working on a report, but we are out for a new proposal, and it will be needing some money. And we are looking at it within appropriations of how that money is going to be coming. But initially in the 5,001 bill, we said within that they had to do it without any money. They're coming back and saying they have to get someone out there to, they're gonna have to pay for the proposal to get happen. So they're putting out an RFP for that now. And we are going to specifically design the program after the implementation of the study, but the study will be paid for through appropriations through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Case?
So the long or the short to the answer is yes, we are undoing something in 5,001 and reworking it so it works within appropriations, correct?
Representative Dathan.
Yes, that is correct. We're continuing the work that we set out to do within 5,001. We are ensuring with this bill that it will happen with appropriations.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Case?
And Representative Dathan, we worked really hard on that, and I agree, understand what you're saying and what we need to do, and I get it. But less than 50% of that bill has been implemented. This is for the people of disabilities and now we're saying we want to do all these different things that cost millions of dollars, but we're cutting something out of 5,001 because we don't have the appropriation. To me, that is wrong. This is legislation that already passed. Now we have it in the governor's bill to change it. I respect my colleagues on the other side and the staff and everybody that worked with me on 5,001, and I get it. I'm getting text. But we're taking something from last year, cutting it out because we don't have the appropriation, but we're taking millions of dollars and adding it in within this committee. We passed this bill last year, and it's probably less than $1 million to do this. This is to help our population of the most vulnerable people in our state. And little by little, we're whittling down and undoing it. Less than 50% of that bill has been implemented. I'm disheartened. We have so many organizations out there that were so proud of 5,001. It did so much good. And now I'm seeing little pieces by pieces. It's either not being implemented or now we can't fund it. But no, let's go and change asset limits and change this and change that. But we're undoing something from last year. I get it. I know, Representative Dathan, your heart is there. We want to do the right thing and everybody's trying to make the fix on it. Why do we have to fix things because of an appropriation? We tell an agency what needs to be done. The agency listens to the legislature. We pass bills, public acts go into place. To undo them a year later in a governor's bill Does he even know this is in his bill? I cannot support this when we're undoing something, we're adding stuff on the other side of these 43 bills today. And something that I worked so hard on for a population that I believe in, that we need to keep moving forward and adding to that population, not taking away. I can't support it.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dathan.
Thank you very much. And Jay, sorry, to the ranking member, you did work incredibly hard for this community and your work has been very much appreciated. In section 11 of the bill that we did last year in 5001, we asked OWS to execute a human services career pipeline. We did not allocate any money within that bill to push this forward. So OWS has come back and said, look, if we want this done, we need to have some appropriation for it. And right now we will be assessing how much that appropriation will be through the appropriations committee. And it might be done through ARPA funds and it might be done through the general appropriations, but there were no appropriations to this last year. So what we are doing is we are reinforcing that this needs to get done, and we are reinforcing that we want to do this, but we do need to allocate some money to ensure that this happens because it was not allocated any funds in last year's bill. And that's section 11 from 5001, 2013. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Case.
So I guess, and Representative Dathan, we had some good, it was great. And I think we can get over this, but why didn't we just go and add a line item to appropriations, said we take it out? And we changed the word from shall to may within available appropriations. That gives you an out. The word shall is no longer in there for this part of 5001. It's now may within appropriations. I don't know what else to say. It's here in S language. May within appropriations underline. That means new language. We're undoing things that we did, but we're adding more money over here. I don't get it. Who's going to explain that to the special needs population? I'm not.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Seminara.
Yes, I fully support what Representative Case has brought forward, and I would like to add one thing to the good Representative Dathan. You said that we'll look at appropriations and or ARPA funds. If we use ARPA funds for this, that is not going to cover this long term. And the whole point of this, the whole point of the pipeline was to cover this long term and for this to become part of statute and part of how we prepare our disabled population for their futures. So once again, if we're going to use ARPA funds for this, how are we going to fund it in the future?
Representative Dathan.
Thank you very much. And through you, this is just for the study. It's a one-time thing, the study to support a consultant to perform the requisite research into best practices, models, and to create the go-forward plan for implementation. So this is just a study. And if you look at back in section 11, we're only talking about the study. We're not talking about the ongoing upkeep of this. So there is a lot of lapsed funds within the Office of Workforce Strategy. There is funds in ARPA that are available. And this would be an opportunity to utilize those funds to get this study done correctly so that we have a lasting plan to help the workforce in our state to make sure that this is long lasting and not just a one-off effort.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Seminara.
Agreed. I'm glad that you clarified and that these funds are available for a one-time study. But once again, it went from a shall to a may. So my concern is that they're going to do that study, and what they're going to find out is that this is not going to be affordable, and that the point that it now went from a shall to a may points in that direction even further. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Representative Dathan.
Just for the avoidance of doubt, in section 11, the law that the bill that we passed through was just to develop a plan. It wasn't to run for forever that this was going to happen. We have to come up with a plan to make sure that we can do this properly so that it's long lasting. We will have the opportunity within next year's appropriation to determine how much it's going to cost to keep up this for a while. You have my commitment that this is something that I am committed to ensure that it keeps on happening. But if we want to do something properly done, we need to allocate funding for the study. And through you, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, would the clerk please call? Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Master Francesco.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Thank you. I was reading and I into my thought, so I didn't hear you say that. So through you, Madam Chair, just a quick question for clarification in this bill on lines 22 through 30. And I'm looking at the substitute language. There's a part of there that talks about the Commissioner of Administrative Services, Commissioner of Public Health. They want to transition the Regional Emergency Medical Service Coordinator, Assistant Regional Emergency Medical Service Provider positions into a classified service. So for clarification, are they looks like they're creating a new classified service. Is this a bargaining unit position going from one bargaining unit classified service to another, or is it entering these into a new bargaining unit? Through you.
Thank you. Can you give me one moment?
Sure.
I'm going to look to OLR to see if they have the answer to that question.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. In HB 5053, Section 1, the bill transitions the Regional Emergency Medical Service or EMS coordinators and assistant coordinators from unclassified to classified service. So they are not currently classified.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Through you, Madam Chair, they're not currently classified. I mean, classified as a job description, or classified they are now not in a bargaining unit and they will be going into a bargaining unit?
The latter. So the in OPM's testimony, this provision was actually also on the bill as heard by the committee. And in OPM's testimony on that section, they described the positions as durational. So they are not currently classified positions. They argued, yeah, that's it.
Thank you. So they are new going into the bargaining unit, correct? That's all. I just was looking for a simple answer.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So we have new, do we know the number of jobs this entails through you?
I do not have that number. Let me ask again. Phone a friend. Do we have that number?
OPM testified that there are 5 regional EMS coordinator positions. Oh, excuse me, 5 that are vacant. So I don't think we had a full number.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification, Madam Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Case.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, I don't believe it might be section 11, but the substitute language for 5001, is that what Representative Dathan, can I go through you, Madam Chair? Is that what you were discussing? So through you, Representative Dathan, it says the workforce officer shall establish such career pipeline no later than January or July 1st, 2024. That was in law. It doesn't say anything about a study. and submit a report in accordance with the provisions of 11-4A of the general statutes no later than January 1st, 2026. So it shall establish such career pipeline. So we are not establishing that career pipeline now.
Representative Dathan.
Thank you very much. The implementation of the program itself should be reflected using the existing January 26th reporting date, but we need to make sure that we are appropriating the funds for the study, to support the consultant to work through the research into best practices model and to create the plan. But what we're doing as part of this is just ensuring that we have appropriations for that study that needs to happen. But we haven't changed the date for January 26th to implement that.
But what about?
Through
July-
you.
Oh, through you.
Representative
Sorry.
Case.
What about the July 1st, 2024? Does the workforce officer still have to establish the career pipeline?
Representative Dathan.
Thank you very much. It is actually, the plan would be developed utilizing funds that are allocated to establish and design a program rather than necessarily the implementation of that plan. And in section 11 of the 23-137 Human Services Pipeline, it was to come back and develop a plan to execute Human Services Career Pipeline through you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll end it at this because section D says the chief workforce officer shall establish such career pipeline no later than July 1st, 2024. And that's in law. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
House Bill 5053, an act concerning the governor's budget recommendations for health and human services, proposed action, JFS to approves, LCO 3129. Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser, aye.
Representative Gilchrist.
Yes.
Senator Seminara,
No.
Representative Case.
No.
Senator Gaston. Representative Dathan,
Yes.
Senator Marr,
Yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey, Representative Cook, Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kit,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby,
No.
Representative Ferraro, Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Pizzuto,
No.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As was mentioned, we will keep the votes open. Moving on to number 13, Senate Bill 307, an act concerning Medicaid coverage of biomarker testing. This is a JFS to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Johnson, seconded by Senator Lesser. Just want to be sure everyone is looking at the correct S language. We are looking at LCO 3295. The S language before you adds a provision stating that nothing in this section restricts DSS the ability to require prior authorization and a citation to the state medical necessity statute. And it also now removes subsection D, which is there was a prior authorization procedure that wasn't needed. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Senate Bill 307, an act concerning Medicaid coverage of biomarker testing, proposed action, JFS to the floor with LCO 3295. Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser, aye.
Representative Gilchrist, Senator Seminara, Representative Case,
Yes.
Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan,
Yes.
Senator Marr,
Yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey, Representative Cook, Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kit,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby,
Yes.
Representative Ferraro,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
Yes.
Representative Pizzuto,
Yes.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Votes are being held open. We are now moving to number 14, House Bill 5457, an act concerning nursing homes and implementing nursing home waiting list recommendations. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a
So
motion?
moved.
Moved
Seconded.
by Representative Case, seconded by Representative Hughes. Any questions or conversation? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
House Bill 5457, an act concerning nursing homes and implementing nursing home waiting list recommendations, proposed action, JF to the floor. Senator Lesser,
Aye.
Representative Gilchrist,
Yes.
Senator Seminara,
Yes.
Representative Case,
Yes.
Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan,
Yes.
Senator Marr,
Yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
thank you, Representative Comey, Representative Cook, Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kit,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby.
Yes.
Representative Ferraro, Representative Mastro Francesco,
Yes.
Representative Pizzuto,
Yes.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Holding votes open. Moving on to number 15, Senate Bill 308, an act implementing task force recommendations for wheelchair repair. This is a JFS to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Moved by Senator Lesser, seconded by Representative Johnson. The S language you have before you removes the cutba violation reference in section 2D. I want to thank Senator Seminara and Representative Case for all of their work on the wheelchair task force, as well as Beverly Brakeman, who was appointed by Senator Lesser, as well as our clerk, the amazing Chandra Perswad. So much work went into this, and we've heard very compelling testimony. I just want to be clear on the record that this continues to be a work in progress. And so this first S language is just a first step, but we have every intention of working, Senator Lesser and myself, with Senator Seminar and Representative Case to make this bill the strongest it can be. Senator Lesser?
I want to echo your thanks to the task force participants, and particularly want to thank our clerk, Chandra, who, for those who missed it, is the House Democrats Employee of the Month, and is very much earning it this month and in this meeting in particular. So thank you, Chandra, for keeping the wheels on the wagon. And with that, I just want to turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Seminara.
Wow, I actually didn't even know that existed. So congratulations on your esteemed honor. And I think that's fabulous. And I would wholeheartedly agree if I could vote on that. Anyway, I would like to thank both of the co-chairs for the kind words. Yes, a lot of time and effort was put into the wheelchair bill, and I am very happy to hear that you will continue to work with us to make this the very best bill that we can come out of this committee. So I thank you for your dedication in continuing to work with us on it.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you explain this bill to me and what it does?
You wrote it.
No. No, all fairness, this was great. It was a great learning experience. And I think that one thing that really came out of it, and talking with a lot of people and seeing a lot of people on these meetings, we talk about a lot of things, especially in this arena, about dollars. Can you imagine being the person that has a breakdown of their wheelchair, that is their lifeline. We've done so many things within this committee to make sure that that lifeline is still there. By getting the repair people to bring people from the other states in a short amount of time to try to alleviate that list, try to whittle down and make sure that those weights aren't there. I mean, that's the biggest thing that impacted me. We take it for granted, but if you don't have your mobility, you don't have your life. And we need to take a look at that very hard. Is it easy? Is everybody going to be happy with what we're doing? I bet you our emails are going to blow up tomorrow when they find out in this substitute language that the enforcement is out of it. But that's out for a reason, but we're going to work on things. This is a work in progress. And the good chairwoman would know, after going through the diaper workforce with her, these big issues that accumulate over time take a lot of things to put together and make sure that we can do the right thing. The consumers obviously want the right thing, but I can wholeheartedly tell you, after meeting with people, the repair people want to do the right thing too. They're not in the business just to have a waiting list. We all want to make sure we do the right thing. So darn it, we're going to make sure we do the right thing. And we have those conversations throughout this year. As Senator Lesser said, yes, I enjoy my sleep, but those meetings were pretty impressive. You got to hear a lot about what's going on out there. And I think we have a lot of understanding in what we need to do. There are many different populations that are different, 4 different pots of insurance between Medicare, Medicaid, private insurance, state insurance, self-insured. We have to find a way that we can impact all those, because we only have control of 15% of the 5,000 wheelchair users, and that's under Medicare, Medicaid. But we need to find a way that we can impact everybody. Because darn, if you're home and you don't have your chair, you don't get to go anywhere. And we can only do so much, but that might not be enough. So we're going to work darn hard to make sure that that doesn't impact people. So, and that's what we're here on Human Services, I believe. So thank you. It was an honor to spend a little bit of time with Senator Seminara this summer. You know, we got somewhere, we got something to work with. And like you said, work in progress. Let's make this thing as good, if not better, than 5001 was last year. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Representative Case. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Darn it, I just wanted to say what a great job everyone's done, and darn it, the good representative's done a doggone good job with that as well. I just think this is a great bill, and dag nabbit ought to pass.
Great. Thank you, Representative Buckby. Representative Master Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate my colleagues here, ranking members and the chairs working on this bill. Obviously, someone's wheelchair is their lifeline. They need it very much. And I always try to look at the language before me and vote on the language that's before me. So obviously I support most of the bill, but I do understand that there are some pieces in it that need to be cleaned up and make sure that we have protections for our dealers as well as the consumer. So I'm going to flag this today with a no, just as a reminder that it needs to be cleaned up. Because sometimes I think that when we pass things out of committee, we say we're going to clean them up, and it gets really hectic, gets busy, and it kind of goes on the wayside. I just want to make sure that this gets cleaned up to make sure that our dealers are protected as well as our consumers. So I will flag it today with a no. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Representative. Representative Pizzuto.
Thank you, through the good chair. I agree with my colleague, obviously, Master Francesco. My concern is I'm all for this, but I am worried about the protecting the small businesses that may have supply chain issues. As we put more constraints upon them, they may force them to close. And I worry about that. So again, as a flag, no, but I believe in it wholeheartedly. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Senate Bill 308, an act implementing task force recommendations for wheelchair repair, proposed action JFS to the floor with LCO 3176. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser, aye.
Representative Gilchrist. Senator Seminara. Representative Case. Senator Gaston. Representative Dathan. Senator Marr,
Yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey. Representative Cook.
Yes.
Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kit,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby,
Darn it, yes.
Representative Ferraro, Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Pizzuto,
And no as a flag.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Holding the votes open and moving around the agenda, we're going to move to 17, Senate Bill 396, an act implementing task force recommendations for the elderly nutrition program. This is a JF to approps. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Seconded.
Moved by Representative Cook, seconded by Representative Hughes. Also want to thank the individuals who participated on this task force, including Senator Lesser. Any questions or comments? Yes, Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just question on this, and I'm not sure who to direct this to. I'll direct it at you. This requires DSS and Operation Fuel to have the same application, and both programs.
We skipped that one. We'll
We
go
did?
back to it.
Oh, I thought you were on
We're
that
on
one. I'm
number
sorry.
Senate Bill 396 about elderly nutrition.
Darn it, I missed that.
That's okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any questions or comments? We are on number 17, Senate Bill 396, elderly nutrition. Okay.
This is something that, thank you, Madam Chair. Can you recognize me? I'm sorry.
Representative Kate.
We're moving around so much, I'm trying to get organized with the papers here, but it's okay. This is something that needs to happen. We need to work with, it's our elderly population. And once again, within the bill, through you, what's the anticipated dollars that are needed for this?
Senator Lesser.
Through you, there are two parts of the bill that have a fiscal impact. One is in section 6, there's a $5,500,000 appropriation to increase state support for the for elderly nutrition programs. Obviously, that will require consideration by the Appropriations Committee. Secondly, there is a provision in here to shift the way the program works into the next federal fiscal year. What we've seen year after year is that the program runs out of money at the beginning of a federal fiscal year because the federal government can't pass a budget. And as a result, the elderly nutrition providers are actually footing the difference. And they've had to go out and take out credit to make sure that our seniors don't face a gap of services. So what we're doing is having a one-time fix that I believe is $3 million to shift that to the next fiscal year. To create, so we have so we don't have that loss of funding that happens every year, and we can fix that as the LIHEAP program has for years.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Case.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say, just like we do with the LIHEAP program, because we have to fix that because we used those dollars up this year. So they always use the money to get the program started because the way the monies flow through. But, this is something that I know Representative Cook and everybody, we've worked on this elderly nutrition stuff for years. And I would just want to thank Joel from the Torrington Sullivan Senior Center, who actually worked on this task force, who Michelle and I work with, Rep Cook and I work with. He's an amazing advocate for this. And once again, these are our vulnerable population that we need to take care of. It doesn't make any sense when our elderly can't get the proper nutrition to move through the day. And this is, again, what we're here for. And there's been so many studies, somebody looked at whether it's the Meals on Wheels people going to the home, delivering a meal, and actually, getting some input of the condition of the person or taking a survey while they're there, because sometimes that Meals on Wheel person is the only person that sees that person for the day, unfortunately. So we're lucky to have some of these programs, and I look forward to moving this forward, and hopefully some of those on appropriations can take that hat and move it forward on the appropriations side. And I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Case. Senator Lesser.
Through you, we're trying, Jay.
Thank you.
I don't know why I'm not on that committee.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Senate Bill 396, an act implementing task force recommendations for the elderly nutrition program. Proposed action JF2 approves. Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser, aye.
Representative Gilchrist, Senator Seminara,
Yes.
Representative Case, Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan, Senator Marr,
Yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey, Representative Cook.
Yes.
Representative Fortier. Oh, hi, thank you. Representative Heffernan. Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kit,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby,
Yes.
Representative Ferraro, Representative Mastro Francesco,
Yes.
Representative Pizzuto,
Yes.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Holding votes open. Moving on to number 18, House Bill 5366, an act concerning covenants not to compete in the home care industry. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion? Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
This is moved by Representative Dathan and seconded by Senator Seminara. Any questions or comment? Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, as long as I have the right bill this time. This is a bill we've seen bounce around between committees over the last few years. We saw this in Commerce a couple of years ago. We've seen this bounce around labor. It was in labor for a little bit, and it always seems to get kicked back out. And I think it's a dangerous precedent we get into across the board in all industry. I think if an electrician goes to work and starts with someone and gets training and moves to another electrician because they might not like the person they're working for, I think it's a tough place for the government to get involved and tell them they can't switch over to somebody else because of where they get their training. In this scenario, if I had someone who's caring for my family who really didn't like the company they're working for and they're going to leave their job early on, I still want that one person who's caring for my family. You know, you have that personal connection. Anybody who's been there knows that you have that personal connection with someone that you want to keep them around. And I think this is, in my opinion, the government getting involved where we don't need to be. And I think it sets an awful precedent across business across the board. So as I fought it in Commerce and as we've fought it for the past few years in other committees, I will certainly be a no vote on this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although I have the utmost respect for Representative Buckby, in this situation, I'm going to disagree with him. I feel that when our small mom and pop home healthcare agencies are training their folks to go out and provide services to our elderly population or those who are in need of those services, if they're spending their resources and time in training people, that we should be respecting that, and that there should be some type of compensation isn't the correct word, but there should be some sort of they should stay with their place of employment for a certain period of time before they move on if they're unhappy. I think if somebody makes an investment in someone and with the idea that they are going to stay with them, that agreement should be held up. So I thank you for your input, Rep. Buckby, but I disagree with you. And I know that this was a priority for many of the home health care agencies. They certainly have raised this to me back last session, and I just brought it forth this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I find myself in between both of them. So I totally respect the good representatives' conversation and comments about that, and the good senator's comments, and I really fall in the middle, and we discussed this yesterday. And I do think that we could find a happy medium as we move forward. I feel for both parties when we talk about this, and I understand that we have loved ones that need great caregivers. But I also understand that sometimes the agencies are really pocketing a good amount of money, and the people that are doing the great care are not making a good amount of money. So the most important component to that for me is really protecting the person that needs the care. And so if there was a way, and I suggested this yesterday, and I know that we have to move some things, but then continue to work on it. And so if there's a way that we could potentially draft something, if it's legal, and we're still waiting to find out if it is, to where if somebody wanted to, in theory, buy out their training, and say, all right, look, I was trained, but I want to be able to leave. And so short of this non-compete that we're really talking about, giving somebody the opportunity to stay with that worker. But if they've been with that agency for 4 months and they have 6 months on their non-complete, is there a way to put a dollar amount on that 2 months for them to get out and potentially stay with that individual and care for them? I think the most important conversation that we have is continuity of care. And we really need to focus on what that looks like. And so to be able to respect the home care providers, but also respect the person that's receiving the care and their families, is that something that we can do? So I hope that as we move this forward, that we can really look to see if it's some option out there to be able to blend a mix of both to ensure that everybody is happy. But most importantly, the people that we trust and can count on are the ones that are truly taking care of our loved ones. So thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Representative Cook. Senator Lesser, followed by Rep. Buckby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank all the members who've opined on this. It was brought to my attention today that there's another bill about non-compete covenants in the legislature, I think sponsored by the governor, that contains language that allows non-solicitation restrictions. So if the specific concern here is that a client or that an employee might solicit the client of their employer, that might be something that we could more narrowly restrict rather than focus on their employment broadly in an industry. So it's a suggestion of something that we could look at as a potential narrower way forward that may not have the specific concerns that Representative Buckby and others have outlined. And so I was not aware of that specific provision until earlier today, and I want to thank whoever brought that up to me for bringing that up. But maybe that's a way we can address the issue that Senator Seminar talked about, but without the broader concerns moving forward.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Buckby.
I appreciate first off, I appreciate the second time, and I certainly appreciate the good input from my colleagues. I think what the good chair just brought up about, see, this is part where some of the concern was, right? So I think some of these ideas have been brought through on multiple committees, and it's kind of funny to see some ideas bounce through different committees in this building, as some do, some touch on different areas, but and this one certainly we're concerned about as a good representative from Torrington. So I should say I won't say the better, but which is better from Torrington. That's all. As a good representative from Torrington mentioned, the people getting the care are what matters. But what my biggest concern is that the one that wasn't mentioned was that employee, and that employee's well-being has to be taken into consideration. When we had people speak on this prior, we had people say, hey, it was a large corporation. It wasn't the small guys who were having the problem. It was the big companies who were having the biggest problem with it, because they were getting, and the person doesn't have the patient, let's say, doesn't have a connection with the organization. They have a connection with the individual that comes in, right? In most scenarios. Occasionally they do if it's a small organization that's help taking care. But I think the tough part is that if they want to leave, it's an awful precedent to set for all business within the state. If this starts happening here, where does it stop? So I think it's a difficult solution to come up with, but I think that's also part of doing business and why you want to treat your employees well so they do stay. The other part that the good chair mentioned was about them going to a competitor, right? If I was working for the good chair and I didn't like how you were treating me, I'm going to go to my competitor. After 3 or 4 months, I go in and I tell my patient, hey, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be here anymore. Well, why are you leaving? Well, I'm going to take another job with someone else. Oh, well, I like you. I want to go with you. I don't care about the company you work for. I care about you. You treat me well. That shouldn't hinder that person from going where they feel is best for the person they're caring for. So I think there's a lot of areas, and again, this touches base in every single committee really in this building, right? It could affect everybody with it. So I think it's tread very, very lightly in the precedent we'd be setting with this. I'm most certainly still a no. I'd love to see what happens when this gets out of committee, getting over to the House floor, but I think it's yeah, we'll be on the House floor. So I'd just be very, very careful in placing this vote, the precedent we're looking to set today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mastro Francesco, followed by Representative Pizzuto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I recall correctly, a couple years ago or last year, the legislature actually stopped the non-compete. Am I correct, for home care agencies? What this bill is actually going to do is allow them 6 months, that they can do actually a non-compete up to 6 months. Is that correct for you, Madam Chair?
Yes, but it also is specific to a non-compete with the employee with the client, not the employee with another home care agency.
Correct. Thank you. So this is a step in the right direction for not only the employee, but also the homemaker, the business as well. Is that correct?
That would be, that's an opinion.
I'm asking you a question on your opinion.
Yeah.
We could do that in committee, maybe not on the floor, but in committee, I believe we can do that. Anyway, this is actually giving them a 6-month leeway. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Pizzuto.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just an analogy. I know quite often a lot of the teaching programs that went through UConn and other schools, if you taught for the University of Bridgeport or got your teaching certification and you taught 2 years, they would waive all the fees. They would pay for the program. But what would happen is quite often they would get poached, especially if you're taught to be an urban educator, and they would take you to these other cities. So, sometimes it's an incentive if they know it's signing in up front that there's a no compete. Or another analogy, I went out to Tuzla, Bosnia. We had students out there. If they did 2 years in the service, they got $50,000 towards their education. If they left before then, or they changed, then again, they renege and they wouldn't get any money. But I think the key is to make sure that people understand the contract, I guess, before they go into something. If there is a no compete clause, that they fully understand that at the lowest level, not an executive, but, minimum wage person. And then they go in with open eyes. Just a comment. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too have difficulties with non-compete agreements. I think that maybe, as Representative Cook mentioned, there might be a way to balance the equities. So I'll vote for it out of committee, but take a look to see if we can't do something to balance those equities, especially for the smaller organizations that do the home care services and training. So there are a number of situations in my district, for example, where people, whether it's our police officers or our teachers, they get trained in our district and then they move on to districts that have higher wages. So we end up footing the bill for the training and then they're gone. So this is a classic thing with where you have a low wage situation, and that might also be with the organizations that are smaller. On the other hand, historically, what we had with the previous non-compete agreements had to do with a huge mess that we had in terms of the different organizations that were involved with making sure personal care attendants and home health care aides were actually providing services. Yeah, you couldn't get through to them when they made a mistake or canceled someone's work. So I will be voting for this to get it out of committee, but then I'll be watching it in the future. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Caught me off guard. House Bill 5366, an act concerning covenants to not compete in the home care industry. Proposed action JF to the floor. Senator Lesser. Okay. Representative Gilchrist. Senator Seminara.
Yeah.
Representative Case.
Yes.
Senator Gaston. Representative Dathan. Senator Marr.
Yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey. Yes. Representative Cook. Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kit,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby,
No.
Representative Ferraro. Representative Mastro Francesco,
Yes.
Representative Pizzuto,
No.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Ma-
Will,
Madam Clerk,
Yes, Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes no.
Can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Senator Lesser votes no.
Thank you.
all right, we'll continue to keep the votes open. Moving on to number 19, Senate Bill number 397, an act expanding Medicaid coverage of school-based healthcare. This is a JFS to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Moved by Senator Lesser, seconded by Representative Hughes. The amendment you have before you just removes reference to school-based health centers in section 2 as they can already bill Medicaid. Any questions or conversation? Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question regarding this is Medicaid, expanding Medicaid coverage for Title I schools, correct?
Yeah, I don't believe this. No, I don't believe this is limited. This would allow all schools in the state to be able to bill Medicaid for those services that Medicaid would cover.
I'm going to check on that. One second. Thank you. If somebody else has questions. Where I was trying to get some clarity, and LCO just clarified it, is that it's Title I school and those who qualify for free and reduced lunch, correct? But it's also for those who are in the Title I school, if they are of higher income, it would make them eligible as well, even though they're not eligible for Medicaid. Is that correct?
Senator Lesser,
Yes, in accordance with federal law.
Senator Seminara.
That's all. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Senate Bill 397, an act expanding Medicaid coverage of school-based healthcare. Proposed action JFS to the floor with LCO 3083. Senator Lesser. Representative Gilchrist. Senator Seminara. Representative Case. Senator Gaston. Representative Dathan. Senator Marr.
Yes.
Representative Butler.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey. Yes. Representative Cook. Yes. Representative Fortier.
Yes.
Representative Heffernan. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Kit.
Yes.
Representative Leeper. Representative Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby.
No.
Representative Ferraro. Representative Mastro Francesco. Representative Pizzuto.
No.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll continue to hold the votes open. Next, we are moving to number 20, House Bill 5373, an act concerning various revisions to the human services statutes. This is a JFS to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Moved by Senator Lesser, seconded by Representative Dathan. The amendment or the substitute language that you have before you cuts the provision that eliminates the arbitration in the DSS audit. We heard at the public hearing how problematic the appeal process is for federally qualified health centers. And so we don't think at this point in time we should change anything having to do with that arbitration process. Any questions or comments? All right. Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
House Bill 5373, an act concerning various revisions to human services statutes, proposed action JFS to the floor with LCO 3019. Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser, aye.
Representative Gilchrist.
Yeah.
Senator Seminara, Representative Case,
Yes.
Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan, Senator Marr,
Yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey.
Yes.
Representative Cook.
Yes.
Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kitt,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby, Representative Ferraro, Representative Mastro Francesco, Representative Pizzuto.
Yes.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll continue to hold the votes open. Moving on to number 21, Senate Bill 315, an act implementing the certified community behavioral health model in the Medicaid program. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Representative Hughes, seconded by Senator Lesser. Any questions or conversation? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Senate Bill 315, an act implementing the certified community behavioral health model in the Medicaid program. Proposed action JF to the floor. Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser, aye.
Representative Gilchrist. Senator Seminara, Representative Case, Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan, Senator Marr,
Yes.
Representative Butler. We'll come back. Representative Comey.
Yes.
Representative Cook.
Yes.
Representative Fortier.
Yes.
Representative Heffernan. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Kitt.
Yes.
Representative Leeper. Representative Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby. Representative Ferraro. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Yes.
Representative Pizzuto.
Yes.
Representative Paletta. Thank you. Actually, Rep. Butler.
Rep. Butler votes yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Continuing to hold votes open, we will move to number 22, House Bill 5365, an act concerning technical revisions to statutes concerning human services. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Lesser, seconded by Senator Marr. Any questions or conversation? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
House Bill 5365, an act concerning technical revisions to statutes concerning human services. Proposed action JF to the floor. Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser, aye.
Representative Gilchrist, Senator Seminara, Representative Case, Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan, Senator Marr,
Yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey, Representative Cook, Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson. Representative Kitt,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby, Representative Ferraro, Representative Mastro Francesco.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Pizzuto.
Yes.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Continuing to hold votes open, moving on to number 23, Senate Bill 313, an act concerning continuous Medicaid eligibility for children under the age of 6. This is a JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Lesser, seconded by Representative Hughes. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Senate Bill 313, an act concerning continuous Medicaid eligibility for children under the age of 6. Proposed action JF to the floor. Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser, aye.
Representative Gilchrist, Senator Seminara, Representative Case, Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan, Senator Marr,
Yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey, Representative Cook, Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kit,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby, Representative Ferraro, Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Pizzuto,
No.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Continuing to hold the votes open, moving on to number 24, House Bill 5459, an act increasing rates of Medicaid reimbursement for certain providers. This is a JF to appropriations. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Representative Dathan, seconded by Representative Hughes. Is there any conversation? We are on number 24, House Bill 5459.
Medicaid rates.
Yes.
you skipped?
No,
Oh, sorry.
that's okay. I'll give you a moment. This is our committee's big Medicaid bill, Medicaid rates. And so it takes into consideration what we received back from the first phase of the Medicaid rate study and additionally adds some other provisions. Yes, Representative Case.
No real questions. I know this is a hard one to put through and, we talk about this and so many people have come forward with us that it's been years since there's been any increase. I think, in our screening the other day, we talked about the different, types of medical care that are covered. And I think it's a great, working document that's moving forward to appropriations. It was going to be huge, but if you look at it, I think it's 15 or 17 years that there hasn't been an increase on it. And how do you do that when the employees and the workers in there are getting great wage increases, except for the provider that's doing the service isn't getting any increase in the reimbursement? I know it's going to be a huge lift over in appropriations, but we talked about it in somewhat of the same concern that I hope we look into further is, not only did the providers not get increases, but when you look at the nonprofits, they didn't get increases. So it all follows along with, how things go and making sure that we're keeping up with the times. And the other thing is a lot of these providers, they don't have to provide. They don't have to come forward and be Medicare, Medicaid providers. So we want to make sure they stay in this because we're losing providers in all different fields because we aren't having good reimbursements. So a positive thing, I hope something happens in approps. But this is where the care is given, and this is the bottom line that if we don't have these people, much of these bills that we did today wouldn't matter because there's no people to actually give the care. So let's take a look at it and let's see if we can get something over the finish line. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you, Representative. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
House Bill 5459, an act increasing rates of Medicaid reimbursement for certain providers. Proposed action JF to approps. Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser, yes.
Representative Gilchrist, Senator Seminara, Representative Case, Senator Gaston. We'll come back. Rep. Dathan. Yes. Senator Marr.
Yes.
Representative Butler.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey.
Yes.
Representative Cook. Yes. Representative Fortier.
Yes.
Representative Heffernan. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kit,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby, Representative Ferraro,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
Yes.
Representative Pizzuto,
Yes.
Representative Paletta, Senator Gaston. So you're on Zoom. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Continuing to hold the votes open, moving to number 25, Senate Bill 309, an act concerning a study of medical assistance for certain legally present non-citizens. JFS to the floor.
So moved.
Is there a motion? In second.
Second.
Moved by Representative Hughes, seconded by Senator Lesser. What you have before you in terms of the substitute language is a change to the reporting date to January 1st. It removes the term older from the title. The previous program being studied was for assisted living and nursing home care, but the age was not specified in the statute. In general, older persons use this type of care. Any questions or conversation? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Senate Bill 309, an act concerning a study of medical assistance for certain legally present non-citizens. Proposed action JFS to the floor with LCO 2969. Senator Lesser, Representative Gilchrist, Senator Seminara, Representative Case, Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan, Senator Marr,
Yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey,
Yes.
Representative Cook, Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kit,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby, Representative Ferraro, Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Pizzuto,
No.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Continuing to hold the votes open, moving on to number 26, House Bill 5371, an act concerning a study of maximizing Medicaid and other funding for healthcare needs. This is a JFS to the floor. Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by Senator Lesser, seconded by Representative Hughes. The substitute language you have before you scraps the original bill. And so it eliminates the study for Husky for all under the age of 19. And what it does is requires a study on Medicaid and other funding for healthcare gaps, including remote fetal monitoring, peer support services, uninsured violence victims, terminally ill children with severe health needs. Is there any conversation or questions? Representative Case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So looking at this through the S language, it basically becomes a quote unquote dummy bill. But when we look at this parentheses number 1, remote fetal monitoring, did we have a public hearing on that?
We did not.
Peer support services, do we have a public hearing on that?
We had one last session, but we did not this session.
And so we had services for uninsured victims of violence. Was that heard this?
No.
So that's in doing research and seeing this through, those are the things I have a problem with. Did not have public hearings on the 3 things that are in this bill. I cannot support it. Things will come to the House floor. They did not have a public hearing. They should not have a vote. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Case. Any other questions or comments? All right. Representative Cook.
Madam Chair, I have a question. So I kind of have to agree with our ranking on this one. So could you explain why we are putting things in that have not had a public hearing? And as you know, I expressed it yesterday and we're still getting JF language. And I get trying to get everything done, but why are we putting some things in that have not had the hearings? And with all due respect, if it had it last year, it doesn't count under our rules. So I'm just, if you could explain, And I think it's really important, especially because we do have new members and we do try to follow our policies. And so if we could explain that, it would be helpful.
I hear you all as well, and recognize that in this building, for very important reasons, there's a preference to have public hearings. The process is in place for a reason. A few things fell through the cracks, quite frankly, in this short session. And so we wanted to see if we can continue them on. Work in progress, we'll continue to have the conversation. And if at the end of the day, it doesn't seem like it should move, we wouldn't do that, but we wanted to move these important topics forward.
I just find that some of us are really being put in a bad position, especially with not like, I was here till 11 o'clock last night with public health and reading through 43 bills of JF and, S language is really hard. And I've always been somebody that really follows the policy. And if we're putting something in that doesn't follow our statutes, I can't do it. And it is not a disrespect to our chairs. It's just, for me, I stand on a dais and I run a chamber out of rules and order. And this for me really puts me in a bad precedent. And so with all due respect to the intentions of where you are, I just can't do it. So thank you.
Understood. Thank you, Representative Cook. Senator Lesser, followed by Representative Case.
Yes, I just want to underscore that for two of the provisions in here, first of all, through you, Madam Chair, I think that the points made are absolutely well taken, and I I'm very sensitive to them, and we have it's not just a recommendation, it's a rule that everything has to have a public hearing. The thing that I would point out for members is a couple of things. One, the committee voted to hear the items here for technical reasons. We weren't able to do that, but the committee voted to have a hearing on it. And what we're doing today is not advancing through legislation, implementing any of these provisions, but we're simply studying it to allow the conversation to continue. So it's not like it wasn't the subject of a vote. It was. I regret that we weren't able to do that, but we take the rules very seriously, and it's our hope to work with all the members to respect the rules and make sure that we're sensitive to the norms of this place.
Representative Cook.
Thank you, and thank you to my ranking on the other side. And to the good senator, I understand that, but I've sit on 3 committees, and if there's not a public hearing, regardless of what we were intended to do, whether we voted to do it or not voted to do it, the statute states we don't pass things out of committee unless they had a public hearing. Now, if another committee had a public hearing and they sent it over to us, that's a whole different conversation. But that's just really where I struggle. And we all take an oath to do this, and it is in our statutory guidelines. So for me, I'm not pressing on this. You could, obviously you're the chairs. You're going to do what you want, but I, in fact, cannot violate a statute of which we raise a hand and take an oath.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Hughes.
Were you first? Okay, great. Thanks. I was on an alliance coalition with other folks that are really looking across the country about how fetal monitoring can be a real cost saving for folks on Medicaid. Unfortunately, the timing of that in terms of rolling out didn't again allow us to have a study on that. I mean, a hearing on that, but I'm really excited to look forward to how this can both, protect the health of the baby, the mother, and save dollars, and be a way of maximizing Medicaid funding. So I'm looking forward to that. And the same thing with peer support. Looking forward to maximizing that. Thanks you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I don't think anybody on this side of the aisle or even Rep. Cook would disagree that these are very valuable things that have been raised. It's a matter of policy, and it's a matter of this would set a very bad precedent in my eyes. So I would be a no as well.
Representative Case.
I get it. It's not, it is bad policy, and that's why I brought it up. But it's also not fair to the rest of us who didn't hear it. So we don't understand the language. We can't just hear it from our colleagues here. We need to hear it from somebody testifying. That's why we have testimony. That's why we have people write in. I get it. It's a very robust session. We did a lot of stuff. We had a lot of stuff come through. And if something fell through the cracks, I get it. Admit it. But if we didn't have a public hearing and I can't understand and ask somebody questions that's sitting there, I can't vote on it. I can't vote on it over in the Capitol either. It's a technicality, but we are bound by what the rules are. The rules are, yes, we did move this forward for a hearing, but we didn't have a hearing. We didn't draft a bill. So now it's put into something else where language was gutted. So if we do the right thing, we don't vote for it. We can bring it up next year.
We're going to pass temporarily. Moving on to number 27, House Bill 5456, an act concerning federally qualified health centers. This is a JFS to approach. Do I have a motion?
So second.
Moved by Representative Case, seconded by Representative Dathan. The substitute language that you have before you requires annual rate increases on January 1st based on the recent increase in the Medicare Economic Index. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
House Bill 5456, an act concerning federally qualified health centers, proposed action JFS to approach with LCO 3180. Senator Lesser, Representative Gilchrist, Senator Seminara, Representative Case, Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan, Senator Marr,
Yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey, Representative Cook, Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kett,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby,
Yes.
Representative Ferraro, Representative Mastro Francesco, Representative Pizzuto, Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Continuing to keep votes open, we are moving on to number 28, Senate Bill 316, an act concerning a study of state-funded assisted living services. This is a JFS to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So second.
Moved by Representative Hughes, seconded by Representative Johnson. The S language you have before you changes agency reporting date to January 1st. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Senate Bill 316, an act concerning a study of state-funded assisted living services, proposed action JFS to the floor with LCO 2957. Senator Lesser, Representative Gilchrist, Senator Seminara, Representative Case, Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan, Senator Marr,
Yes.
Representative Butler,
Yes.
Representative Comey,
Yes.
Representative Cook,
Yes.
Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kett,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby,
Yes.
Representative Ferraro, Representative Mastro Francesco, Representative Pizzuto, Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Continuing to hold votes open, moving to number 29, House Bill 5374, an act concerning annual inflationary rate adjustments for nonprofit human services providers. This is a JF to approach. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Hughes, seconded by Senator Seminara. Any questions or conversation? Seeing none. Would the clerk please call the roll when you're ready?
House Bill 5374, an act concerning annual inflationary rate adjustments for nonprofit human services providers, proposed action JF2 approves. Senator Lesser,
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist. Senator Seminara, Representative Case, Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan.
Yes.
Senator Marr,
Yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey,
Yes.
Representative Cook.
Yes.
Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Johnson, Representative Kett,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby, Representative Ferraro, Representative Mastro Francesco, Representative Pizzuto, Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Continuing to hold the votes open, we're moving to number 30. Senate Bill 365, an act concerning safety in the healthcare workforce. This is a JF to the floor.
So moved.
All right, moved by Representative Case, seconded by Senator Lesser. Any questions or conversation? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Senate Bill 365, an act concerning safety in the healthcare workforce, proposed action JF to the floor. Senator Lesser,
Aye.
Representative Gilchrist, Senator Seminara, Representative Case, Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan, Senator Marr,
Yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey,
Yes.
Representative Cook, Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson, Representative Kett,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby, Representative Ferraro, Representative Mastro Francesco, Representative Pizzuto, Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As I mentioned earlier, we're jumping around, so I'm going to give everyone a little time. I'll slow down. We're going back to number 5. Senate Bill number 8. An act concerning drug affordability. This is a JFS to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? All right, moved by Senator Lesser, seconded by Representative Hughes. Is there any questions or conversation on this bill?
Consent?
Representative Cook. Representative Cook.
So, Madam Chairman, thank you for recognizing me first. I voted no on this bill very early, because of what was in the language, and I'm really struggling with what's in the new language.
Hey, how you doing? All right.
There's a variety of things in here that really trouble me. From the policies on the medication from Canada. I don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that there's not a way to do it, but the way that some of this is drafted, really struggles me. I have notes in here. So if you just give me one hot second and my glasses, because my screen just went crazy. When we talk about the PDABs, I'm concerned with that. I'm concerned that they leave out folks with chronic conditions and cut off the supply of drugs for those. Empowering some of the quasi-publics to make decisions. I concern myself with aligning us with ICER, given the fact that there's a lot of issues that I have with ICER, and we've really tried to protect our state and our residents from that organization. For me, it appears to be little patient representation, especially from those on the rare disease and the chronic disease for the PDABs. And so, I mean, that's just a couple of things. I could stop there to go on, but I'm really concerned with some of this stuff. So if there is a request for this to get passed out of committee, I need a commitment. There is going to be things that are changed with this bill. It cannot pass and go to the floor the way that it is right now. And if we're going to turn around and put folks with chronic conditions, folks with rare disease, align ourselves with ICER as opposed to remove ourselves from them, we really need to look at how we're doing this. So those are just some of my concerns. Again, this goes back to not getting language for us to be able to discuss yesterday. So I would love to hear everybody else's comments. So I have a suspect that it's not going to be just mine. So.
Great. Thank you, Representative Cook. It is still a work in progress. And people are still going to be talking with the folks who are involved in it. So thank you. Representative Case.
Thank you. And maybe we will have more conversations on this. The S language came to us about 1:40 today. So don't have a lot. I mean, I'm reading through the notes and going through everything through you, sections 14 through 16. Who's going to be overseeing and actually putting through the $500,000 penalty? Does that have to go to DCP? Does this have to go to Judish? Who has the authorization to do a penalty of $500,000 to a manufacturer?
Thank you, Representative. Senator Lesser.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I believe that is the Office of Health Strategy.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Case.
Through you, Office of Health Strategies, they can implement fines through you?
Senator Lesser.
Through you, yes.
Representative Case.
Okay, we'll see how that works. Section 18. Participation in the federal 340B drug pricing program. Can you explain what that is all about in section 18?
Yes, thank you. Senator Lesser.
I think the gentleman may be referring to another section in the language I have before us, but if you're asking what the 340B drug program does, it's a discount drug program available to safety net hospitals, to federally qualified health centers, to family planning clinics, and to Ryan White clinics.
Representative Case.
All right. I have staff that gave me 4 pages of notes, and I'll guess I'll have to wait till it comes to the floor because we got this at 1:40 this afternoon, and I need to go through this S language before I make any other comparisons to the original draft. I mean, I hate rushing things. I hate pushing things through, but a little bit of research has shown a lot of issues and problems that we'll take up on the House floor if it comes there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Representative Cook.
Thank you for the second time. Clarification. So will this, and I see that it's going to the floor. There's a fiscal component to this. Should it not go to appropriations and then and we could send it to appropriations from in screening and all? I'm just asking for logistical purposes.
Sorry, Senator Lesser.
Today we are voting on sending, this obviously has a fiscal note through you, Madam Chair. Today we're sending some bills to appropriations, some to the floor. They will then have to go to appropriations. And it just depends on what the bill sponsors are requested of us. But you know, the gentlelady is absolutely correct that this bill will have to go to appropriations. We're just at the request of the bill sponsors, we're not sending it directly there.
Thank you for the clarification. And I think too, depending on what happens with appropriations, when they receive legislation as well. So that'll give us plenty of time to see what we need to do with this. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Cook. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Senate Bill 8, an act concerning drug affordability, proposed action JFS to the floor with LCO 3251. Senator Lesser.
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist.
Yes.
Senator Seminara.
No.
Representative Case. No. Senator Gaston. Representative Dathan. Yes. Senator Marr.
Yes.
Representative Butler.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Comey. Representative Cook. Yes. Representative Fortier. Representative Heffernan. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson. Representative Kitt.
Yes.
Representative Leeper. Representative Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby. Representative Ferraro. Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative Pizzuto. Representative Paletta. Thank you. Oh, Representative. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, we're now going to go to item number 6 on the agenda, House Bill number 5367, an act concerning Medicaid coverage of rapid whole genome sequencing for critically ill infants. I'll entertain a motion to JFS to the floor.
So moved.
Motion by Representative Hughes, second by Representative Dathan. Is there discussion? We're getting there, Representative Paletta. Seeing no discussion, clerk will please call the roll. When the clerk is ready.
Okay, House Bill 5367, an act concerning Medicaid coverage of rapid whole genome sequencing for critically ill infants. Proposed action JFS to the floor with LCO 3156. Senator Lesser,
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist. Yeah. Oh, hi, thank you. Senator Seminara, Representative Case, Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan. Senator Marr,
Yes.
Representative Butler, Representative Comey. Yes. Representative Cook. Yes. Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson, Representative Kit,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby, Representative Ferraro,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
Yes.
Representative Pizzuto,
Yes.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to move next to item number 31 on the calendar. House Bill number 5369, an act concerning a benefit cliffs pilot program. I'll entertain a motion to JFS this to the floor. Motion by Representative Hughes, second. Second by Senator Seminara. Oh, Representative Ferraro, you don't look alike. Is there any discussion? We're moving around. Sorry about that. Everybody get their bearings. We got time. Representative Case.
Slow down a little bit here. Moving around. So I think this is a great idea. I just wanted to make note. We're going to be studying the benefits cliff. We're in the middle of the benefits cliff. This should have been done, as I spoke about last year on Human Services. We should have been looking at this before. People are already falling off the cliff. I hope we can expedite this. We can get something done and we can help people because the federal dollars are gone. And that's what's causing the cliff. So, let's move this forward and hopefully we get some good stuff out of it. I just wish we did this a year earlier. Thank you.
Seeing no other comment, clerk will please call the roll.
House Bill 5369, an act concerning a benefits cliff pilot program. Proposed action JFS to the floor with LCO 2958. Senator Lesser.
Aye.
Representative Gilchrist. Senator Seminara. Representative Case. Senator Gaston. Representative Dathan.
Yes.
Senator Seminara. Oh, sorry, Senator Marr. We'll come back. Representative Butler.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
Yes.
Senator Marr.
Oh, yes, I did.
Oh.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Comey.
Yes.
Representative Cook.
Yes.
Representative Fortier.
Yes.
Representative Heffernan. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson. Representative Kit.
Yes.
Representative Leeper.
Yes.
Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby, Representative Ferraro, Representative Mastro Francesco,
Yes.
Representative Pizzuto,
Yes.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll continue to keep the votes open. Moving on to number 32, Senate Bill 366, an act concerning Medicaid. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Moved by Senator Lesser, seconded by Representative Hughes. Any questions or conversations? Senator Seminara.
I would like to just verify that this is a placeholder bill.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further? Yes, Representative Case.
Just to quantify that in, in every committee I do, but once again, we have statutes, we have deadlines. If we don't have bills coming for us, I don't like to hold the placeholder. So that's the no today. It's no language, nothing in the bill. We have deadlines for a purpose. Let's get the language here. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Case. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Senate Bill 366, an act concerning Medicaid proposed action, JF to the floor. Senator Lesser.
Aye.
Representative Gilchrist.
Yes.
Senator Seminara. Representative Case. Senator Gaston. Representative Dathan.
Yes.
Senator Marr.
Yes.
Representative Butler. Representative Comey. Representative Cook. Representative Fortier.
Representative Fortier votes yes.
Representative Heffernan. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson. Representative Kit.
Yes.
Representative Leeper.
Yes.
Representative Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby. Representative Ferraro. Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative Pizzuto.
No.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Continuing to hold the votes open. Moving to number 33 on the agenda, House Bill 5370, an act concerning medical assistance for room and board costs for substance abuse treatment in a residential setting. This is a JFS to approps. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there moved by Senator Lesser, seconded by Representative Hughes? The substitute language that you have before you clarifies that this provides state-funded coverage within available appropriations. Representative Case.
Through you, Madam Chair, there was one testimony. Does this bill actually just work for one particular facility through you?
No, this would, one particular facility testified, but this would open this up to cover room and board for other like facilities.
Okay, and through you, there's been discussion on the rate per night for the overnight stay. Did we get any clarification on that? I know we talked about that in screening through you.
I believe we're being told $30 or $40, but that would be something that would be decided in appropriations.
Okay, $30 to $40 for an overnight and a substance abuse. I mean, you can't.
I find that, yeah, I am kind of surprised by that number as well, but that's what we're actually being told by the folks who run the facility.
Okay, I'll be a note today to flag it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Senator Seminara?
Yes, and I believe we heard testimony from one facility and that one facility said $40 a night or whatever. I assure you that is not the case, that room and board for most of these facilities is much higher than that. So I will be a no as well.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know this is premature. I know there's work to be done on this yet. And I agree with my colleagues that number is very low. Although I do sincerely believe this is a necessary piece. We need to move forward in this area. So I'm kind of on the bubble about it because I'm not seeing that number making sense. But I'm also in agreement. There's a dire need for this as well. So still up in the air, but definitely wanted to agree with my colleagues that that certainly is an incredibly low number.
Well, if it's any help, Representative Buckby, voting it out of committee would get it a fiscal note and over to a PROPS so that we can continue to have the conversation and better understand what the true value might be. Representative Fortier.
Could it possibly be the Medicaid reimbursement for the room and board?
So currently Medicaid does not cover room and board. And so actually what the substitute language is doing is making it clear that this would be state funding for that room
Okay.
and board.
All right. I just thought maybe the provider had that number from something else.
Thank you. Representative Cook?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So just for a question, so as we talk about the reimbursement and what have you, if we are doing this, are they going to be certified and approved through DEMIS to ensure that this is where that money was going to, or is it anywhere?
So interestingly, the service itself is Medicaid covered. The treatment, it's just the room and board that are not. So yes, they are a certified entity to do this type of treatment. It's just that Medicaid doesn't cover room and board. And so entities have been struggling to open up for an inpatient.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions or comments?
Hello.
Yes, Representative Ferraro.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and you articulated very clearly the reason why I will be voting yes. I would like to see it go to a PROPS and get a fiscal note. I do believe that this is an essential need for those that are undergoing treatment for drug abuse. So I'll be voting yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
House Bill 5370, an act concerning Medicaid coverage for room and board costs for substance abuse treatment in a residential setting. Proposed action JFS to a PROPS with LCO 3163. Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser, aye.
Representative Gilchrist, Senator Seminara, Representative Case, Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan, Senator Marr,
Yes.
Representative Butler, Representative Comey,
Yes.
Representative Cook,
Yes.
Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kett,
Yes.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Representative Leeper. We'll come back. Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby, Representative Ferraro, Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Pizzuto,
Yes.
Representative Paletta, Representative Leeper. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We continue to hold the votes open. Moving to number 34 on the agenda, Senate Bill 367, an act concerning a study to maximize Medicaid reimbursement for Yukon Health Center. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Senator Lesser, seconded by Representative Hughes. Any questions or conversation? Representative Cook.
Thank you. And I just wanted to thank the chairs for bringing this forward. I mean, I talked to the senator about really some inadequacies of what's happening, and given the fact that if we just use $1, we take 100% from the feds, but Yukon Medical Center only gets 20% of that. And I find that to be just unacceptable in the world. And then we turn around and we have to figure out a way for them to pay their bills because we're not giving them their money. So I would love to see it to be 100%. I am appreciative of where we go. And I'm thankful that we're having this conversation and hope that we can continue to work for the complete reimbursement. So, but thank you so very much. And I know that they're grateful as well.
Great. Thank you, Representative. Representative Case.
You know, I agree on the reimbursement rate, but I don't think I can support this today. I just, I have people reaching out to me, and the top 10 paid people in the state of Connecticut work at the Yukon Health Center. There's some large, and I don't discredit them for that at all. But we say we need to give them more reimbursement to pay back the bills. I guess I'll have to wait to see what comes out of appropriations. I'll flag it for today, but the top 10 paid people in the whole state of Connecticut work at this facility. And if you see those salaries, well deserving. I don't know why the reimbursement rate is so low. I don't know if there's a reason for it. But I need to flag this so going forward I can understand it. I'm sure I'll get some understanding after somebody hears the comments today. But let's see if we can get some clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And this is really important for us to be able to increase the reimbursement rates. Part of the reason that the medical center is having difficulty has to do with something called patient mix. The patient mix at UConn Medical Center is much, much higher with respect to the Medicare and Medicaid patients that they serve. As a general rule, what happens is Yale or Harvard Health or any of the other hospitals will take their Medicare or Medicaid patients, which they only receive about 50% of what the actual cost is under Medicaid, about 80% of what the actual cost is under Medicare. And what happens is those organizations take the patients and they get them stabilized, send them home, and then for the surgeries and for the important things that have to be done, they send them to UConn Medical Center. So the patient mix there is much, much higher for the Medicare and Medicaid beneficiaries than it is for the regular insurance companies. Our regular insurance companies subsidize our Medicare and Medicaid programs. They usually pay about 120% of what the actual cost is, which is why our premiums are high. So what happens is we need to take a look at how we're subsidizing the hospital and increase the Medicaid reimbursement so that the patient mix isn't as devastating to UConn Medical Center as it would be. So you may have people who are paid there who are higher wage, but if you take a look at their CEO compared to the Harvard Health CEO or Yale New Haven CEO, there's a huge, huge difference. They don't make anywhere near what those CEOs make or what those administrators make. So I'm in full support of this, and I thank you for the chance to talk about it.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments or questions? Yes, Representative Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to my good colleague, I want to explain, I think, too, a little bit about the impact. So over the last several years, the UConn Medical Center had been forced to do their negotiations alongside of the university system and the entire CBAC agreement, which they were able to separate those negotiations out. So once they agree on raises, they've lost control of how they negotiate with those folks, and they have to negotiate with the larger patch. They don't want to do it that way. It's being kind of forced down their throat in theory. The second thing too, and I think it's important to know as well, is as we see a few higher salaries, we also have to realize too that a lot of those might be those researchers that we have drawn into the state of Connecticut to really do some of the most innovative work in the country to ensure that we are in the forefront of leading the research and innovation in our state. So this is not a back and forth on whether the salaries are or are not. I think that it's much more complicated than just what the bill reads. But to the point of the reimbursement, the reason why they were getting 20% is because the other 80% was being dropped into the general fund, and they were not giving that back. So the whole point of this is to really force that to be given to the people that deserve it within their reimbursements, and they are billing for it, but they're not getting what they're billing for. So I respect the opinions about all, but this is definitely so much more complicated than just a reimbursement. And what they're doing at the UConn Medical Center, I don't think that there's anybody here in this room that can say that what they're doing is not so far well and above and beyond amazing work, especially in Jack's labs. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Any further conversation or questions? All right, seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Senate Bill 367, an act concerning a study to maximize Medicaid reimbursement for UConn Health Center, proposed action JF to the floor. Senator Lesser.
Aye.
Representative Gilchrist. Senator Seminara. Representative Case. Senator Gaston. Representative Dathan. Senator Marr.
Yes.
Representative Butler. Representative Comey.
Yes.
Representative Cook.
Yes.
Representative Fortier.
Yes.
Representative Heffernan. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Kit.
Yes.
Representative Leeper. Representative Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby. Representative Ferraro. Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative Pizzuto.
Yes.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll continue to hold votes open. Moving to number 35 on the agenda, House Bill 5372, an act concerning Medicaid funding for beds reserved for chronic disease hospital patients who are temporarily transferred to acute care hospitals. This is a JF to approps.
So
Do I
moved.
have a motion? Moved by Representative Hughes, seconded by Representative Johnson. Any questions? Okay, Representative Case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have clarification of the number of days they're looking for on holding the beds open? I realize that Medicare, Medicaid does not pay to keep those beds open, but what is, probably a multi-question. We do this in the group home facility.
Yes, they are looking for 15 days, which would mirror what we do for bed holds in nursing homes currently.
What's the dollar amount they're looking for a day?
We have been working with the Office of Fiscal Analysis to determine what that day rate is. And then based on that, we might need to scale back from 15 days based on budget.
I mean, I agree with it. I hope something goes through and approves, because if you have somebody coming from a chronic disease hospital who's going to an acute care hospital, I mean, you can't give up that bed and lose it, because then where's the person going to go when they recover from whatever they had? I get it. I think it's a stumble in our system, but there comes a time when somebody does need that bed held for, you know, a minimum period of time, but to leave that facility with no dollars for that bed that can't be filled, or maybe they're holding it now under the goodness of their heart because they know the person's coming back. You know, there needs to be something, because that is still a bed where somebody belongs, their personal belongings are probably already still there. And unfortunately, it's something that we need to take care of for the most vulnerable populations, as this situation. So I'd like to see what the number is, although we're not the numbers people, but this is something that it's people. So we got to take care of it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
House Bill 5372, an act concerning Medicaid funding for beds reserved for chronic disease hospital patients who are temporarily transferred to acute care hospitals. Proposed action JF2 approves. Senator Lesser. Representative Gilchrist. Senator Seminara. Representative Case. Senator Gaston. Representative Dathan. Senator Marr.
Yes.
Representative Butler. Representative Comey. Representative Cook.
Yes.
Representative Fortier.
Yes.
Representative Heffernan. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Kit.
Yes.
Representative Leeper. Representative Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby. Representative Ferraro. Representative Mastro Francesco. Representative Pizzuto.
Yes.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will continue to hold the votes open. Moving on to number 36 on the agenda, Senate Bill 395, an act concerning Medicaid budgeting methods and the reporting of medical debt. This is a JFS to the floor. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Senator Lesser, seconded by Representative Hughes. The substitute language you have before you removes section 3, which included the future Medicaid rate withholds. We heard during the public hearing that from the Connecticut Hospital Association that they would move forward with this proposal and requested that that piece be removed. So that's what you have reflected before you. Any questions or comments? Senator Seminara.
I do have a question. Would this bill preclude a lender asking about medical debt outside of pulling their credit report?
No.
That's it.
That's it. All right. Any other questions or comments? Right, seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Senate Bill 395, an act concerning Medicaid budgeting methods and the reporting of medical debt, proposed action JFS to the floor with LCO 3184. Senator Lasser,
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist, Senator Seminara, Representative Case, Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan, Senator Marr,
Yes.
Representative Butler, Representative Comey,
Yes.
Representative Cook,
Yes.
Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, Representative Hughes, Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kit,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby, Representative Ferraro, Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Pizzuto,
No.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, continuing to hold the votes open, moving on to number 37, House Bill 5454, an act concerning mental health services for young children and their caregivers. This is a JF to appropriate. Do I have a motion? Moved by Representative Johnson, seconded by Representative Cook. Any conversation or questions? Seeing none. Oh, yep, Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you. Can you explain the bill to me, please?
Yes, you got it. This requires DSS to create a strategic plan to maximize federal and state resources for mental health services for children age 6 and younger, their caregivers, and pregnant people. The legislation says that DSS must consult with the Office of Early Childhood, the Department of Children and Families, and the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, and that the plan must augment an existing intensive evidence-based program offered at the homes of children ages 5 and younger, and use funds from existing programs for such services to the extent federal law allows, including medical assistance, temporary family assistance, and federal grants administered by DSS and DEMIS. It also then requires DSS to report on the plan by October 1st, 2024, to a number of committees, and it requires that the report identify the existing funding that could immediately support these mental health services and recommend necessary appropriations to expand these services for children up to the age of 6, their caregivers, and pregnant people. It's my understanding that there's a belief that money is being left on the table, and that in other states they are using federal funding better to cover mental health treatment for children and their parents. And so we just want to take some time to see if we could be accessing funds we currently aren't accessing.
Thank you. The first thing that stands out to me here, well, obviously you're looking for funds to see if you can access funds that you currently don't have. I understand that. In line 6, can you tell me what pregnant persons is? They're
Yes.
talking about, I don't know, their caregivers and pregnant person. What is a pregnant person?
Pregnant person is the gender neutral term that we're using.
Okay, so it's a female though.
No,
It's a male?
it could be either.
It could be a male or a female. Okay. I see that in line 6. And I think I think you had mentioned it again, pregnant person. Is that the only place oh, in lines 23 again, they say their caregivers and pregnant persons. That is not a female.
So pregnant persons is the gender neutral term used to recognize the fact that male identifying individuals can also be pregnant.
But they're still female. They're just identifying as a male. Is that correct?
They identify as male.
Right, but they're still female.
We would disagree on that.
Really? Okay, so somebody who identifies as a male is not a female. That's what you're telling me?
I recognize how they identify. So yes, they
But
identify as male.
I get it. I'm actually just looking at biology and science. That's all. A pregnant person, a male, cannot give birth. Women give birth, females. And that's why I'm curious as what you mean by a pregnant person. You're telling me that someone's identity because they identify. If a man identifies it as a woman, are you telling me that they would fall into this category as a pregnant person?
Again, pregnant person is the gender neutral term.
Okay. I'm not going to get into this debate with you. I disagree. I understand. It's a pregnant person is a female, is a woman. Has nothing to do with gender identity. How you identify of your gender does not change your biology. Women are giving birth. I find it offensive, quite honestly, that mothers are now called pregnant persons. And we've had this argument in one of my other committees, so I'm not going to get on a rant today about it, but I'll be opposing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none. Will the clerk please call the roll when she's ready?
Thanks. House Bill 5454, an act concerning mental health services for young children and their caregivers, proposed action, JF to approves. Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser, aye.
Representative Gilchrist, Senator Seminara,
No.
Representative Case, Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan, Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Butler, Representative Comey,
Yes.
Representative Cook, Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kit,
Yes.
Representative Leeper.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby, Representative Ferraro, Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Pizzuto,
No.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll continue to hold votes open. We are moving back to item number 26, House Bill 5371. I was a bit confused earlier and just want to clarify for folks that the bill before us has substitute language that just turns it completely into a study.
So moved.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I don't believe we need to move and second it again because we passed temporarily. This is number 26, House Bill 5371. Again, just clarifying earlier, I was a little confused and just want to be clear that the substitute language, section 1, is entirely a study. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
House Bill 5371, an act concerning a study of maximizing Medicaid and other funding for healthcare needs, proposed action, JFS to the floor with LCO 3173. Senator Lesser, Representative Gilchrist, Senator Seminara, Representative Case, Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan, Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Butler, Representative Comey.
Yes.
Representative Cook, Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kit,
Yes.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby, Representative Ferraro.
No.
Representative Mastro Francesco, Representative Pizzuto,
No.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It
Senator
looks
Gaston
like-
votes yes.
Thank you.
All right, continuing to hold votes open, we are now moving to item 16 on the agenda. I'll give everyone a second to get there. House Bill 5426, an act concerning fuel vendor reimbursement under the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Moved by Representative Hughes, seconded by Representative Fortier. I'm going to recognize Senator Lesser.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I would like to make a motion to amend this bill and on line 170, change October 1, 2024 to July 1, 2025. And on line 199, change January 1, 2016 to January 1, 2025.
I want to make sure the clerk was able to get that language as well as our LCO. Okay, great. Is there a second on the senator's motion? I'll second. Senator Lesser. Seconded by
Yeah,
And Senator Lesser, go right ahead.
yeah, just to explain, one, the first part for section 4, this is the joint portal for that the DSS commissioner is generating. It was brought to the committee's attention that October 1, 2024 is just too fast of a timeline, so we are giving them more time to do that. And then with respect to the second provision, that is January 1, 2016 is obviously in the past, and having a date in the future seems like a good idea. And that this is a reporting requirement for the Low Income Energy Advisory Board.
Would I be able to get a voice vote on the amendment based on what the senator just explained? Okay, yes, Representative Case.
So we're voting on the amendment, but the first one moved it from July to October?
October
you.
to July. October this year to July next year.
I have to disagree. This is a bill in an agency, and no disrespect to the agency. We had a bill last year that wasn't followed. Now we're going to push off a study for another year. I get it. The agency's full. They didn't follow the legislation that we had last year. That bill still is not complete. Somebody needs to hold to the fire. Once again, legislation that passed last year is not complete. Now we're pushing off a study for an extra year. Senator's shaking his head. I'll let him speak if you'd like.
Senator Lesser?
Yeah, and apologies, and I just to be clear, we're talking about there's the combined benefits portal that we're directing them to create. So the first part of the bill, which is you're correct through you, Madam Chair, directing DSS to compensate the oil dealers, fuel vendors in a certain period. That is not being changed in my amendment.
I get it, but anything we do in this topic, giving an extra year for anything when it wasn't followed previously, I can't agree with. I mean, obviously it'll probably pass, the amendment will pass, we got to move something forward, but how many times do we give people a chance when legislation passes and it doesn't get completed? It's not the legislative process. So, I mean, I have to vote for what comes out because something is better than nothing, but I disagree with putting it out more time. We have agencies, if they need more employees, they hire more employees. If they have open seats, they get open seats. If we need workers to come in, we get them into the office. These aren't hard issues. These are pretty, well, I guess for somebody who's been in that line for a while, these are pretty simple issues. But they just need to reach out and get some help with it. And no disrespect to DSS, but this is over what is it? $100 million we put out in fuel to constituents. If we can't spend a few minutes, a little bit amount of time to put the program and make it right, we're spending $100 million. Granted, it's federal dollars, but this year we actually put $15.5 million of our own money in it. Federal money, ARPA dollars, yes, but still it could have been used elsewhere. But these are programs helping our most vulnerable people. To put something out for an extra year, I just need them to follow the legislation from last year, and then I'll be happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I would take that to mean we will do a roll call vote on the amendment, or, okay. Oh, we could just do a voice vote?
Yeah.
Do you, vote? Okay, we're going to do a voice vote unless anyone objects. All right, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstentions? The ayes have it. The amendment passes. Any conversation on the bill as amended? Representative Buckby.
I think I have it right this time to talk about this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the recognition on it. DSS and Operation Fuel, I think, both had issues with it. Was that the only issue they had? Was the time frame on this? Was that the only, because it's the, they have stated it's not feasible, and we still seem to be kind of pushing this for them. Is this, was that the only issue they had in testimony?
I believe so. I'll have to go back and look at their testimony, but I've not heard any other opposition.
And was this vetted? Thank you. And was this vetted back through them as far as those dates for that to work for them?
Yes.
So they're in agreement for that.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Representative. Yep, Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just get a little bit of clarity? Did this originally have us combining? Am I thinking of the correct bill? This had us combining a form or an intake process for Operation Fuel and LIHEAP. Sorry, I'm so sorry. My apologies. Can you shed some light on that, Senator Lesser? I can't remember if that was taken out of the bill at this point.
This proposal does move forward a common application that could be used for both programs.
And if memory serves me correctly, both LIHEAP and Operation Fuel were against that.
And I will, Senator Lesser.
We've had conversations with Department of Social Services, the community action agencies, and Operation Fuel about this. I think there's still more work to be done, but the main ask that we heard the top ask was about the effective date. So what we just did in the voice vote will help alleviate that. But I think there's some more conversations that need to be had before this bill hits the calendar.
Thank you, Senator.
Through you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Any other Representative Case?
Thank me. Geez, it's getting late. Who was okay with moving the date out? Just DSS, or was SEMA, Operation Fuel, and the suppliers?
Senator Lesser?
I don't want to speak too much for other folks at the risk of mischaracterizing their position through you, Madam Chair. We did discuss, we've talked to, I believe all of the above about the bill, and certainly the thing that I heard most of all, we heard most of all, was requesting them to move the date. I know, for example, that Operation Fuel was really focused on moving that, which we just did.
And I spoke to SEMA last night and they were fine the way it was. I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm just, has Operation Fuel, you actually spoke to Operation Fuel through you?
Senator Lesser?
Through you, yes.
Representative Case? Okay. All right, seeing no further questions or comments, would the clerk please call the roll?
House Bill 5426, an act concerning fuel vendor reimbursement under the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program as amended from JF to JFS with LCO 3326, and that'd be to the floor. Senator Lesser. Representative Gilchrist. Senator Seminara. Thank you. Representative Case.
I'm going to flag it with a no so we can work on it because there's conflicting information. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Gaston. Representative Dathan. Senator Marr.
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Butler. Representative Comey.
Yes.
Representative Cook.
Yes.
Representative Fortier.
Yes.
Representative Heffernan. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Kitt.
Yes.
Representative Leeper.
Yes.
Representative Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby.
No.
Representative Ferraro. Representative Mastro Francesco. Representative Pizzuto.
No.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will continue to hold the votes open. Moving to number 38 on the agenda. Senate Bill 206, an act concerning the expansion of the Katie Beckett waiver program. This is a JFS to appropriate. Do I have a move? Moved by Representative Case, seconded by Representative Cook. The S language you have before you expands the program by 50 within available appropriations. And what that actually means is it takes 50 people to 50 children off the waiting list within available appropriations, reserving 2 slots for children with juvenile Tay-Sachs disease or others if there are not 2 such children. Any questions or comments? Representative Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I think that there's not anybody sitting around this table that did not just have hearts breaking when, we had a family in front of us that were telling us their devastating story. And I received a note from her grandfather the other day and was just so greatly appreciative of all of us. And us hearing them and understanding that where their story was, and was praying that we would be able to take action. And so I'm just thankful that we're able to try to push for action, especially as you and I had spoken, Madam Chairman, for those children that may not see 2 or 3 years. So it's a hard subject, and you know, by the grace of God, nobody has to continue to go through it, but we know that they will. And if we can do this, we need to do this. So thank you.
Agreed. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? All right, seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Senate Bill 206, an act concerning the expansion of the Katie Beckett waiver program, proposed action JFS to appropriate with LCO 3232. Senator Lesser,
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist, Senator Seminara, Representative Case, Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Representative Dathan, Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Butler, Representative Comey,
Yes.
Representative Cook, Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Kit,
Yes.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby, Representative Ferraro, Representative Mastro Francesco, Representative Pizzuto,
Yes.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Continuing to hold votes open, we're moving to number 39 on the agenda, House Bill 5450. Are you good? All right. House Bill 5458, an act concerning homelessness. This is a JFS to the floor.
So moved.
Is, all right, moved by Representative Hughes, seconded by Representative Johnson. The changes that the substitute language includes changes to the chess program definition to align with our federal approval, and it moves the October 1 report date to January 1, 2025. Any questions or comments? Yes, Representative Case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a act concerning homelessness, and this has to do mostly with the chess funds, correct, through you?
Correct. And the program itself and trying to figure out how to improve it.
So to me, it's a little bit deceiving because the act concerning homelessness, when you're homeless and you're in a shelter or whatever, the chess program really doesn't do much because the chess program helps you when you're in housing, doing other things, trying to get stable housing. The population that is really dire in need is the actual homeless, the ones outside, the ones in the tents, the ones that are in our shelters who are going to be kicked out of the shelters April 15th. We have a huge population. I just want to make clear, I will go for this today so we can understand the chess program, but the title is very deceiving. And, you know, we all know that the homeless, we've all been in different hearings, and Madam Chair has been with us. And yes, Senator Lesser was there, even though I forgot to mention him when he was there. You know, that's it's a whole bigger topic, and we have to be really clear that this bill here isn't really addressing homelessness. It's helping people who are on the verge of homelessness, but the people who are in the shelters, people who are in the tents in the northwest corner, out in the woods, people who are on the street. Chess program doesn't really help them. It's for housing stability. The people that we're working with, the over 1,000 people that are out there, are actually don't have housing. So I just want to be careful and put the notion out there. Just be careful of the title and how we do this, because there's so many bills that are going to be hitting the floor with appropriations as far as homelessness, correct?
Yes, thank you, Representative. I would bring your attention because part of this is we want to try and fix the chess program. But then in both sections of the bill, the number 3 says exploring and applying for additional Medicaid waiver programs or Medicaid state plan amendments to target social determinants of health, and connecting back to the work group that we participated on this summer and fall. There are many states across the country who are applying for these 1115 waivers through Medicaid to address social determinants of health regarding homelessness and housing. And so part of this bill would have the Department of Social Services look to see if we should move in the direction of applying for an additional waiver under the social determinants of health. And that could potentially address homelessness.
Through you, and in what dollars would that be? Would they have to, the homeless person have to be on state aid? Through you?
So we'd want to look to see, we're hearing that with these 1115 waivers, you really want to model after what other states have done. And so that through that working group, we did hear from the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness about what models they thought would be best. So really this would just move us in the direction of looking to see what other states are doing to address homelessness through these waiver programs and if Connecticut should move in that direction. But it would be very early stages for that piece while we fix what we had already established, the CHESS program.
Okay. I mean, I'm moving forward on this stuff. I think it's, I look at the model that we have in the Northwest corner. Honestly, we have the gathering place and one thing that we found that helped so that we can get people on benefits and get them to do the right thing. It's a drop-in center where you can take a shower, get your laundry done. They also have mailboxes. So you have an address. So you can apply for services. That's what a lot of places don't have. So they can actually apply for services. They can apply for a job. They can get their mail. When you're homeless and tenant, you don't get your mail. So we have to think outside the box. I'm just wondering if these people have to be on state aid in order for us to get a reimbursement, but that would be one way to work with it because the people would have not necessarily a place to live, but a place for their mail to go to. So let's move it out and see where we can go with it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yes, Representative Johnson.
Just quickly, I appreciate your remarks very much about the title. I think that that's spot on. I do think though that like I have 3 homeless shelters in my, as you probably have heard me say over and over again. And one of the things that they do is they do find housing for people. They find a place for them. And when they do that, the CHESS program does apply in that circumstance, many of those circumstances, because the people, as a general rule, are in disability, which qualifies them under the Medicaid program and that sort of thing. So it does keep them. The whole concept was that there had been the social determinants for people who have behavioral health difficulties and severe physiological problems or some combination that they couldn't manage in their apartments, and so they ended up homeless because they didn't have the things that other people could actually do. So it does stop homelessness, but you're right in terms of taking a look at the title off the top. There's a real concern about how that's, but it does actually stop people from who finally made it into a place from actually becoming homeless. So I appreciate your comments.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Case?
And I just want to say thank you, Rep. Johnson, because every time we talk, your stories are great, but I think you would agree with me. When people are in a shelter is there to help them move on and get into housing. What I'm talking about is those people who are in our cold weather shelters, who are in emergency shelters. Those people aren't in a full-time 24-hour shelter where the full-time 24-hour shelters, like the ones that we have, whether it's a Y or Fish, they're ready to move that next step to move into a place. The people we're talking about, 1,000 people, are the ones actually on the street or in the woods. It's a different population. I think you agree with that because we've had many discussions on this. I just want to make sure the ones in shelters are on their way and being worked on.
But
Yes.
one of my shelters is a no-free shelter through you, Madam Chair, that it is like that. It closes up in April. And they're looking to try and actually, go for the whole year now. But I have a riverbank that's filled, and the people who don't make it into the shelter because of behavioral health difficulties are warming up in the emergency room, in the library, and then they sleep in the doorways of the places on Main Street. So, and they're doing it now. I mean, because they can't get into the shelter. So I've got it all. So, but I appreciate your remarks, and I think that this will help us. So thanks so much. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Case, for your remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, too.
Thank you. Thank you both. All right. Seeing no other questions or comments, would the clerk please call the roll?
House Bill 5458, an act concerning homelessness, proposed action JFS to the floor with LCO 3185. Senator Lesser,
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist. Senator Seminara.
Yes.
Representative Case.
Yes.
Senator Gaston.
Yes.
Representative Dathan. Senator Marr.
Yes. Senator Marr votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Butler. Representative Comey.
Yes.
Representative Cook.
Yes.
Representative Fortier.
Yes.
Representative Heffernan. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Representative Johnson. Representative Kit.
Yes.
Representative Leeper. Representative Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby. Representative Ferraro. Representative Mastro Francesco. Representative Pizzuto.
Yes.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will continue to hold the votes open. Moving to number 40 on the agenda, Senate Bill 310, an act concerning compensation for family caregivers, retroactive eligibility for Medicaid, and treatment of assets discovered after an application for medical assistance. This is a JF to approves. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Moved by Senator Lesser, seconded by Representative Hughes. Any questions or conversation? Give me one moment, please. Yes, I'm good. This requires payment rates for family caregivers to be equal to the rate for non-family professional caregivers providing the same service to participants. It requires the Department of Social Services, when determining whether an asset transfer between a Medicaid applicant and a caregiver under a legally enforceable compensation agreement violated federal law, to use the fair market value of the family caregiver services. It also requires the Department of Social Services to provide retroactive medical assistance for Medicaid eligible home care services for up to 3 months before the date an eligible individual applied for medical assistance, if the individual was otherwise eligible in that 3-month period. And it prohibits an individual who discovers an asset after applying for medical assistance from being determined ineligible solely on the basis if that individual, 1, reports the discovery to the Department of Social Services within 10 days, and 2, takes steps to liquidate the asset and spend down the proceeds to be within income and asset limits. Yes, Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that explanation on the bill. Can you tell me, do we know what the rate is? They're asking for family caregivers to be equal rate for their non-family professional. Do we know what the difference is? Percentage wise or dollar amount wise through you?
I am going to look to either maybe to OLR.
Good evening. I think it would vary depending on the type of provider. So it's presumably talking about home care providers, but a companion versus a PCA versus someone else providing services. So the difference between those two might vary.
Thank you. So we don't really know a number. I'm assuming if they vary, when bills like this come before us, I'm hoping that we have some sort of a figure or an estimate. It doesn't seem like we have that through this. This bill, I'm assuming, will be going to approps?
Yes, this bill is a JF to approach, so then we would get that information.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to vote no today to flag it. I know it's going to approps, but I'm going to vote no today on this to flag it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Senate Bill 310, an act concerning compensation for family caregivers, retroactive eligibility for Medicaid, and treatment of assets discovered after an application for medical assistance. Proposed action, JF2 approves. Senator Lesser.
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist. Senator Seminara.
Senator Seminara votes yes.
Representative Case. Senator Gaston.
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Dathan. Senator Marr.
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Butler. Representative Comey. Representative Cook. Representative Fortier.
Yes.
Representative Heffernan.
Yes.
Oh,
Representative Hughes.
yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Kit.
Yes.
Representative Leeper.
Yes.
Representative Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby.
Yes.
Representative Ferraro. Representative Mastro Francesco. Representative Pizzuto.
Yes.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Continuing to hold votes open, we are moving to number 41 on the agenda, House Bill 5455, an act concerning the efficiency of the Department of Social Services in determining eligibility for medical assistance and responding to requests for information or assistance. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Moved by Representative Hughes, seconded by Senator Lesser. Senator Lesser.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, we did receive testimony requesting us to transform this bill and making sure that there's an ongoing reporting requirement, that it's not a one-time thing. I think that would be a good idea, but the exact way that we do that mechanism, I think, is still TBD. So it's my hope that going forward, we can fold that back into the bill.
Great, thank you, Senator. Any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
House Bill 5455, an act concerning the efficiency of the Department of Social Services in determining eligibility for medical assistance and responding to requests for information or assistance. Proposed action JF to the floor. Senator Lesser.
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist. Senator Seminara.
Senator Seminara votes yes.
Thank you.
Senator Seminara votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Case.
Yes.
Senator Gaston.
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Representative Dathan. Senator Marr.
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Butler. Representative Comey.
Yes.
Representative Cook. Cook.
Yes.
Representative Fortier.
Yes.
Representative Heffernan.
Representative Heffernan votes yes.
Representative Hughes. Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Kit.
Yes.
Representative Leeper.
Yes.
Representative Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby. Representative Ferraro. Representative Mastro Francesco. Representative Pizzuto.
Yes.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, continuing to hold votes open, moving to number 42 on the agenda, Senate Bill 319, an act establishing a task force to study the need for adult changing stations in public facilities. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion? Is there a second? Moved by Senator Lesser, seconded by Representative Dathan. Any questions or comments? Yes, Representative Paletta.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, and I'll be very brief. While I do believe this bill is well intended, I know we heard a number of bills a few years ago in the Labor Committee regarding some of the vulnerable people in our populations, which I know I certainly have a soft spot for, and I'm sure everybody on this committee does. That's why we're on this committee. The problem that I have with this bill is that there are other populations of folks across our great state that I think are in need of attention as well. And I hate to just single out one population and I'd rather look at it in a more broader sense. So I'll vote no to flag it today. Again, I think it's well intended, but probably needs a little bit more work. And I know that, again, a couple of years back in the Labor Committee, we heard some testimony, and it was not related specifically to SB 319, but something similar. I'm not going to get into all the details. I know it's late. And then we also had business owners coming forward that were a little concerned. And I realize this bill may deal strictly with the state, but we had business owners coming forward concerned that they would have to comply. So I think there's a little bit of fleshing out that needs to happen with this bill. So I'm going to vote no to flag it, but I do hope that it will go forward and bring in other populations of folks that are vulnerable as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Buckby, followed by Representative Ferraro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo the comments of my well-coiffed colleague. It's late. But I am concerned of the ramifications we'll have on small business and some of the other businesses in the area. I think it's well intended, absolutely across the board. I will be flagging no to discuss further. I'm sure it'll go through, and I'm sure it deserves further discussion. But I think there's a ripple effect to this we have to be very careful of. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ferraro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question regarding the public facilities. It was mentioned that it was primarily going to be a mandate in the state public facilities. Will municipal facilities, public facilities also be required to do to have these adult changing stations? Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Just give me one moment. I will say again, this is a task force to look at it. But let me.
That was the discussion that we got from Senator, because that was what he.
The bill is not clear. So the task force would need to look at that piece.
In any case, that once the task force looks at this and then we create a bill and move towards a policy, we'll have a second bite of the apple if it's an unfunded mandate on a municipality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Senate Bill 319, an act establishing a task force to study the need for adult changing stations in public facilities. Proposed action, JF to the floor. Senator Lesser. Representative Gilchrist. Senator Seminara.
Senator Seminara votes yes.
Representative Case. Senator Gaston.
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Representative Dathan. Senator Marr.
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Butler. Representative Comey.
Yes.
Representative Cook. Yes. Representative Fortier.
Yes.
Representative Heffernan.
Representative Heffernan votes yes.
Representative Hughes. Representative Johnson. Representative Kitt.
Yes.
Representative Leeper. Representative Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby. Representative Ferraro. Representative Mastro Francesco. Representative Pizzuto.
No.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will continue to hold the votes open. Now moving to item number 43, Senate Bill 364, an act concerning supplemental nutrition assistance. This is a JFS to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Hughes, seconded by Representative Cook. The S language you have before you. staggers the SNAP benefits for new beneficiaries only and requires the restaurant meals program to be a study. Any questions or comments? Representative Cook?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for making the restaurant portion of this a study as opposed to putting that in. I think that I have, as Representative Dathan and I co-chair the primary care subcommittee, we just had that conversation, and I know we discussed this the other day, but truly, if we are putting state money into meal programs, we need to ensure that those meals are healthy. And if we are allowing somebody to take those meals and those cards and be able to go to McDonald's and buy a Big Mac and a large fry and a large soda, inevitably, eventually, if that happens long enough, we're going to have some type of other health conditions. And if we're trying to hold doctors accountable for their outcomes with their patients, we need to absolutely ensure that we're leading by example and making sure that it's healthy. And not that there's not healthy fast foods out there. I don't want to call from a fast food restaurant, but I do think that we really need to look at that before we set a blanket precedent or figure out a way to ensure that whatever's being purchased is purchased healthy. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Buckby, followed by Representative Paletta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to echo the comments again from my good neighbor to the north. I've brought this up before in other committees too, and that's one of the things I'm always concerned about is supplemental food. We've talked about this even in the schools, having locally grown and sourced foods when kids are going in. And I remember my nephew telling me one day it's churro day at school, like churros. So you get churros? He's like, that's the lunch. I'm like, lunch is churros? So having proper food so kids can learn in that process, I think is critical. And I certainly echo the same comments. I like the fact that the restaurants are included in that. And I think that's something we should be really fighting for. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Representative Paletta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a quick question regarding Section 2. I know there was some talk of it being converted into a study. Does this mean that the supplemental nutrition program, as it states in this bill, will only be studied for restaurants, or can one use the SNAP card in a restaurant?
There will be a study to determine if SNAP benefits could be used at a restaurant.
Okay, so as of the way this bill reads right now, they cannot, it's just a study then. All right, because I was going to offer an amendment, and I guess I'll just talk about what my amendment was going to do and why I felt it was pertinent to this bill. The Restaurant Association and other groups that have been particularly hit hard the last few years, I think it would be unfair to this group to try to, have this benefit presented at establishments. I think that the bill is well intended, but with the restaurants being opposed, I think Section 2 really complicates the whole situation of the bill, and perhaps should be stricken out. But I'm kind of going off the fly here because I'm being told now that it's a study. So I guess I'll take that with a grain of salt. I'll take that, and hopefully that's accurate. And there's no need to offer an amendment, and we could go home. Thank you.
Yeah. So in other states where restaurants participate, under federal law, the restaurants cannot accept tips, and they have to offer a reduced rate. So the restaurants have to opt in. Again, just putting that out there. What you have before you is a study to see if SNAP benefits could be used at a restaurant.
Great. And I'll take that. And thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Representative Case.
So just real quick on this, we've had this in prior years in human services. And it was looked at by the commissioner. It was already done. And it was basically the model Rhode Island where Subway and those types of restaurants would take it. The problem is the restaurants have to take on the system in order to scan the card. And they're not going to take that on because that is on their dime. They have to offer the reduced rate. they have to offer the no tips. And we already did this once. I don't know why we're looking at it again. It was Senator Moore as she was the co-chair, and we looked at it pretty hard. Because Rhode Island does it and they do it with fast foods. But Subway at the time was not willing, they were one of the restaurants, was not willing to purchase the equipment to actually swipe the cards. So we have this through the commissioner's office. I don't know why we're doing it again. Just so you know, it's with my 12 years here on this committee. We've tried this once and it didn't work.
I would just say, you know, things have changed over the years. And so now that there are more states up and running, we want to see if there's anything new that we might be able to implement here. Additionally, we heard in the public hearing about food trucks, and that's being used in other states. Again, don't know if it would work here. That's the point of the study. Representative Pizzuto, followed by Buckby. Nope, you're good. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, I know the Food Association have been working on this for years, and I'm sure they'll be thrilled with the staggering of the SNAP dates. My comment would be, would they please include Food Association, Restaurant Association as colleagues on the study? I think that's critical to making this happen. And the other word is the operative word, participating restaurant. Does that mean that they have, obviously, they have to self-select to do this, correct? Yeah. Right.
Yes.
Opt in. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Master Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to make it clear, although this part of it is a study, it's not it's a study by the commissioner. It's not an appointed body from the commissioner and so forth. It's one person or his one department doing the study, which obviously certainly to me makes a difference. I'm always hesitant about voting in favor of studies because studies always turn into policy, and maybe they don't, and then that turns into a mandate on a business. We don't know what's going to be in there, but clearly I could only imagine if we're looking to expand SNAP benefits into restaurants, at some point it could be mandate. So I'm not really comfortable with the study either. And it's a study by the commissioner. That's it. Is that correct, Madam Chair? It clearly says in there that by the commissioner of social services shall study. We're not making a body, a task force, to collaborate to come up with something. Is that right?
Correct. The bill currently, the substitute language currently as written says that the Commissioner of Social Services shall study. We, the chairs of this committee, would be open to working with folks to expand that to a full work group or to include particular members.
All right, thank you. Okay, I'm going to vote no to flag this today. Like I said, I'm always nervous with studies and task force. They, some reason, turn into something bigger than we can only imagine. So thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Representative Paletta.
Thank you for the second time. And very briefly, I'll just finish it by saying, anytime we're dealing with supplemental nutrition, we are still dealing with taxpayer dollars. And there is something that just doesn't sit well with me with taxpayer dollars being used at a restaurant. I think that, grocery stores and folks that really need nutrition are using it in the right areas. They're shopping fine, but going to a restaurant or a food truck, I don't know how well that sits with me. So hopefully that'll be taken into consideration in this study. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any further comments or questions? All right, seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Senate Bill 364, an act concerning supplemental nutrition assistance, proposed action JFS to the floor with LCO 3203. Senator Lesser, Representative Gilchrist, Senator Seminara,
Senator Seminara votes yes.
Representative Case, Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Representative Dathan, Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Representative Butler, Representative Comey, Representative Cook, Representative Fortier,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan,
Yes.
Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Johnson. Yes. Representative Kitt,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby,
Yes.
Representative Ferraro, Representative Mastro Francesco, Representative Pizzuto.
Yes.
Representative Paletta. Thank you.
All right, we will be, that is it. We will be holding votes open until 7:45. Please let your colleagues know if they haven't voted. Thank you all so much for a productive day. This is our last meeting. We will recess until the votes are done. I'm going to recognize Senator Lesser.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is the last meeting scheduled of the Human Services Committee. So this is our, we are a week and a half early. This is our JF meeting. And I want to thank, we had a lot of business today, and I want to thank folks for going through a lot with us, but we got it done. And I just want to thank the our clerk, Chandra, who is still busy at work, as well as our assistant clerks, our nonpartisan staff, and also all of you, all of the members who stood through a very long day to make sure that we could get a lot of business done. So we are very grateful to you all and look forward to continuing conversations going forward.
All right. Hello, everyone. Hi, Senator Gaston. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you just fine. How are you?
Good. All right. Let's see. Start from the top here. So, if you hopefully you have your agenda next to you. So we're going to just do by the bill number. So Senate Bill 314.
Yes.
Yeah. Next is House Bill 5241.
Yes.
Thank you. Next we have Senate Bill 306.
Yes.
Next we have House Bill 5364.
And which one is that one again?
An act preserving assets of state humane institution residents.
Yes.
Thank you. If you need me to say any bill titles, let me know. Senate Bill 8, Rep. Heffernan, I also need your vote as well. Senator Gaston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, let's see. Next, we have House Bill 5367. Senator Gaston?
Yes.
Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
Thank you. Senate Bill 205. Senator Gaston?
Yes.
Thank you. Rep. Heffernan, you're good on that one. House Bill 5368. Senator Gaston?
Yes.
Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
Thank you. Senate Bill 317. Senator Gaston?
Yes.
Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
Thank you. House Bill 5240. Senator Gaston?
Yes.
Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
Okay. Next we have Senate Bill 312. Senator Gaston?
Yes.
Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
Thank you. House Bill 5053. Senator Gaston?
Yes.
Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
Senate Bill 307. Senator Gaston?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, House Bill 5457, Senator Gaston.
Could you tell me what that one is again?
Yeah, an act concerning nursing homes and implementing nursing home waiting list recommendations.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
Thank you. 308. That is our wheelchair repair task force.
Yes.
Representative Heffernan?
I got promoted there for a minute. Yes.
Senate Bill 396, an act implementing task force recommendations for the elderly nutrition program.
Yes.
Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
Thank you. House Bill 5366, Senator Gaston?
Yes.
Representative Heffernan?
Yes. Did we skip 5426?
Oh, possibly. My papers could be out of order, so we can come back to that.
Okay.
Sorry, 5456?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that one. I found it. An act concerning federally qualified health centers.
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now we are back on Senate Bill 397.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Gaston. Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
Thank you. House Bill 5373, Senator Gaston?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
One more time, please.
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Thank you. All right, what's next? Senate Bill 315,
Yes.
Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
House Bill 5365.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
Thank you. Senate Bill 313.
Yes.
Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
Thank you. House Bill 5459. That is our Medicaid rates bill.
Yep. Yes.
All right. And
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, thank you.
Yes.
Senate Bill 309.
Yes.
Yes.
Representative Heffernan, thank you. Senate Bill 316.
Yes.
Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
Senator Gaston for House Bill 5374.
Yes.
Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
Thank you. 1 second. Next, we have Senate Bill 365.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
House Bill 5369, an act concerning act concerning a benefits cliff pilot program.
Yes.
Senator Gaston, thank you. Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, next we have Senate Bill 366. Senator Gaston?
Yes.
Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
House Bill 5370.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
One more time, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Next, we have Senate Bill 367. Senator Gaston?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
Thank you. House Bill 5372. Senator Gaston?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
Senate Bill 395. Senator Gaston?
Yes.
Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
you. House Bill 5454, Senator Gaston?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Heffernan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Representative Heffernan on this one, 5371, House Bill 5371.
Would be yes.
Thank you. Then we have House Bill 5426, Representative Heffernan.
Yes.
Senator Gaston, you voted on this one. Followed by Senate Bill 206, Representative Heffernan.
Yes.
Senator Gaston, you voted on that one. Same with this one, House Bill 5458, Representative Heffernan.
Yes.
Thank you. 310, you both got. House Bill 5455, you both got. Senate Bill 319, you both got. And lastly, Senate Bill 364. So I think we're all good.
Thank you. You're so
Motion to
wonderful. Thank you
adjourn.
for your patience as well. We
Oh,
appreciate
of
it.
course. Thank you. I know it's been a long day. So thank you. Have a
All
great
right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks, Shannon.
I can't hear you, unfortunately. Oh, now you just have to unmute.
Mute.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so
Oh,
sorry.
beautiful.
Two bills. It was Senate Bill 316, an act concerning a study of state-funded assisted living services.
Okay, and my colleagues, I think I voted yes on that, right?
Yes.
Yes,
So
okay, that's fine. Yep.
you. And then the last one was an act concerning HB 5374, an act concerning annual inflationary rate adjustments for nonprofit human services providers.
Okay, well, what do my colleagues do on that? I'm trying to remember.
A majority of them voted yes.
Okay, that's fine with me. I don't have it in front of me, but I do recall it, so that's great.
No worries. And you're all set other than that. So thank you for
Thanks for tracking me down, Sandra. Have a great evening. Be careful driving.
Thank you as well. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Hi, Rep. Leeper. All right. I'm going to take it from the top, so hopefully you have the agenda with you. Oh, you're on mute. Sorry.
Oops, sorry. Perfect.
All right, here we go. Yeah, I'm just going to read the bill numbers. If you need me to explain the titles, let me know. So we have Senate Bill 314.
Yes.
House Bill 5241.
Yes.
Okay. Senate Bill 306.
Yes.
House Bill 5364.
Yes.
Senate Bill 8.
Yes.
House Bill 5367.
Yes.
Senate Bill 205.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. House Bill 5368.
Yes.
Senate Bill 317.
Yes.
House Bill 5240.
Yes.
Senate Bill 312.
Yes.
House Bill 5053.
Yes.
Senate Bill 307.
Yes.
House Bill 5457.
Yes.
Senate Bill 308.
Yes.
Senate Bill 396.
Yes.
House Bill 5366.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. House Bill 5456.
Yes.
Senate Bill 397.
Yes.
House Bill 5373.
Yes.
Senate Bill 315.
Yes.
House Bill 5365.
Yes.
Senate Bill 313.
Yes.
House Bill 5459.
Yes.
Senate Bill 309.
Yes.
Senate Bill 316.
Yes.
House Bill 5374.
Yes.
Senate Bill 365.
Yes.
Thank you. House Bill 5369 you have, I see. Senate Bill 366.
Yes.
You. House Bill 5370 you do not have, so
Yes.
thank you. Senate Bill 367.
Yes.
House Bill 5372.
Yes.
Senate Bill 395.
Yes.
5454 you have. House Bill 5454. You also did House Bill 5371. House Bill 5426 we also voted on. Same with Senate Bill 206. House Bill 5458.
Yes.
You. Senate Bill 310 you voted on. House Bill 5455 you voted on. Senate Bill 319.
Yes.
Thank you. And again, last but not least, Senate Bill 364.
Yes.
Awesome. How was that?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'll see you soon.
Okay, bye.